All right, all right. I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Thanksgiving to those of you that celebrate. Happy holidays to you. Happy pre-Black Sale Friday for those of you that go crazy for all the sales after we celebrate being grateful. So, welcome everybody. So happy to be here. Thanks for joining me. And Before we dive into everything, let us bring in some beautiful, beautiful love energy today, a lot of gratitude energy, of course. And we'll start by taking a big, deep breath to come back to this moment right here, right now. And we'll just inhale, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and then slow exhale. Just stepping out of the future, out of the tomorrows of Black Friday, and out of the past yesterdays. Try to stay awake if you have a lot of food in your belly. And we'll come back to this moment. So if you want to join me, let's do that. Take a big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. I will hit the singing bowl 3 times to invite that beautiful love energy to start flowing in big ways. We can just let that come into our minds and transform our thoughts and stories to higher vibration, to our hearts to raise our love vibration and emotions into our physical bodies, into our bloodstreams and our bones and our organs and cells of our body, just to raise the vibration of those. And then just our whole energetic field into our chakras and our meridians, our power meridians, and our auras too, and just let it fill us up, flow out to the world. Something we can do, and it's a great day to do it, of course, is just think of one thing to be grateful for while we're letting it all flow. And when we have that sincere gratitude, just raises our vibration, also magnetizes us to receive things from the upper realms and to draw towards us those things that we're grateful for. So, uh, join me in doing that if you'd like. I will hit it 3 times. I'm not sure how loud it will be, it varies, it just changes depending on where I hit it. So I'm trying to line it up. We'll see if this is not too loud for you. So watch your ears. Here we go. Remember gratitude. Hmm. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. She's singing, singing, singing away, isn't she? Let's put her back here on her little shelf back here. She can watch over from us. She can take a nap if she wants. So, hello, everybody. So happy to have you here. Thank you already so much for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. So, thank you for being part of that love tsunami. Um, it's something that we all can do to um, help the planet, the universe, is to be these beautiful conduits of unconditional love energy. So, thank you for doing that. Hitting that thumbs up is something you can do to show my channel a little love, show me a little love, and in return, it actually attracts more people to be able to experience all the beautiful love that we have. And if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. So, welcome. It's definitely always room for more Zen friends. And it's a great, we try to keep it a wonderful place of love and higher vibration. So, thank you for being here. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description box of the video. Donations do get first priority. I step out of the free donations and dive deeper into donations. Free readings are generally 1 to 2 cards. We dive deeper, pulling more cards for the donations, and you also get a little fortune cookie along with your donation. It's like a little oracle card. Tonight, we're going to be using for your first one, because they're a little bigger, we got the Fairy Wisdom Oracle. And then if you have another one, then we'll use these Elemental Energies. They're little short ones, but we'll do that just for the sake of making sure we can get to everybody that we can here tonight. Um, what else? What else? If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of my video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. I don't have any set dollar amounts either. Whatever you're able to give from your heart is the perfect amount. And I know everyone's finances are different, cost of living is different, rate of exchange is different all across the world. So whatever you give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can. So I honor that. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you need to go run and take a nap, you know, especially here on Thanksgiving, if you eat too much, you just, I wanted to take a nap today. Um, but if I take a nap during the day, I don't quite wake up. I'm like groggy and kind of, never really wake up from the nap. So we push through and we got our coffee here. So we're going to be good. Um, but if you do need to go take a nap and come back after the end of the stream, all you need to do is find that pinned comment, and then it can take you right to your reading. Um, and this weekend, yeah, I can't forget that this weekend we are every one of my sessions, like we did Halloween weekend. I'm going to be giving away 2 15-minute personal recorded readings. I'm going to do one drawing for anyone who makes a donation, and then a separate drawing for anyone that has asked for a free reading. So I'll have 2 winners, and I'll do it after the stream is done. Once when I do the pin to comment, it's going to take just a few minutes more before I pin the comment, but I'm going to have the winner listed there. I also post to my social media, my Facebook, Instagram, Threads on Instagram, and then in the community area of my YouTube channel too, which everyone has access to. So if you want to check those out, and for the winners, and we'll have one every single. I'm on 5 times tonight, tomorrow night, Saturday night, and then also Saturday morning and Sunday morning. So we'll give away at least 10 15-minute personal recorded readings. So I'm excited. I like giving things away. Also, in the spirit of giving things away, every new and full moon for the remainder of the year, I'm also giving away a 30-minute personal recorded reading or Hedge of Peace and Love, whichever you prefer. Here is the little link. This is also down in the description box of this video. For December 4th, which is next week, the full moon in Gemini. I think it's in Gemini, right? So we're going to be giving that away. And I'll put out a video when we announce the winners, so you can get into that to check that out. Also, all of my stuff, my services are on sale. all the way until the end of the year, all the way even through January 1st of 2026. So if you're interested, all that information is down in the description box. That video talks about it there. And we just came out with a new podcast episode today. Today's Thursday, right? Yeah. It came out. Today seemed like a very long day. I've been super busy doing a bunch of stuff. But that is the new one here. Changing people. So it's a good day to listen to that when we're hanging around a bunch of people, right? But all this is a free podcast if you're interested. The playlist is always down in the description box of the video as well. So I think that's all the blah, blah, blah. That's enough, I know. So let's get in from Spirit. We'll do some shout outs here. Let me make sure I got everyone on the list here. So we got Deb in the house. You ate enough for both of us. Oh, over JoJo. You don't celebrate Thanksgiving. What? Why not? Doesn't everyone celebrate United States holidays? That's how sometimes we have the audacity to think, oh. So, but yeah, Deb ate enough for you, JoJo, as well. So that's good. You're good. So, hey, Jojo, of course. Thank you for your dual donations. You'll be up first on the donations. We got Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria P. You're in food coma. I hear ya. Let me get you onto the free list here for your general. We got that. You're so funny. Let's see here. Happy Thanksgiving to you guys. Happy Thanksgiving. I know, stuffed and happy. We definitely do. We got Touch of Love. Hello, Touch of Love. Good to see you. And of course, Rocky's World. Hello. We got yours for your donation. I'll add you onto the list here for the donations. Sorry, let me just click out of this thing. It's distracting me over here. Okay. Can see something out of the corner of your eye, right? All right. And then we have Kat Mia. Hello. Let's get you onto the free list here. Oh, yeah. The last 30 minutes of the session, I'm usually on for about 3 hours. Sometimes I go longer. But if 2.5 hours in, if I have not completed any free readings, I do step away from the donations and complete at least 30 minutes of free readings. And then if I go back to donations, once I'm done with donations, any free ones that I haven't completed, if I have enough energy, sometimes I complete those out too. So we'll definitely get to free readings tonight, just a matter of how many. We will do that here. All right. And let's see here. Just make sure here we got Marissa Smith. Hello, Marissa and Premia. Good to see you. Minu. We've got Anna, who has Twin V and Anna. Double trouble hanging out together. Happy Thanksgiving if you're still here. You guys drinking wine? I'll notify the authorities to keep an eye on you guys. We got Content in the house. Hello, and Faith and Love. Good to see you. And we got Brenda Globy and Ateshi too, which is about over an hour ago. So if you guys are here, hello. All right. So I think that is everyone on the list here. So we will get started. We are going to be using, I saw this one day, the Daydream. This is a good deck to use, the Daydream Tarot. It's a nice little whimsical deck, but it had the energy and then the fairy energy today too. So I just feel like, someone wandering off after having a nice meal out in the forest and then getting swarmed by little fairies is this fairy deck, the Fairy Wisdom Oracle. All right. So let's take a quick sip. Cheers, everybody. So happy to have you here and so grateful. All right. So, Jojo, you are up first. Let's grab your first timestamp here. Of course, it is ×2. So we'll give you your second one here in a moment. So for your first one, you want to know, who was the crow you saw today? Definitely felt familiar to you. Yeah, we love our crows, don't we? All right. So let's see here. Who was this crow? So you felt like someone hijacked the crow and appeared to you through them for you. All right. What message do they have for you too? Okay. So we got these. What else? I do want that one, and I do want that one, and I do want that one. All right. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. Well, you got the bottom of the deck. You got your energy coming in here with Leo energy of the strength card here. So, we definitely have this bright, fiery energy. It almost feels, I don't know if this is well, let's see what this card is. It kind of feels very fire signy energy. Maybe even you named him Nicholas. Nicholas. Even like a fire elemental energy. But let's see what we got here. Yeah. Well, if we were wondering, we got Ace of Wands. So here is that fiery energy. So that does confirm it for me here. I just love spirit. So I do feel like this was what's known as your fire elemental spirit guide. I've talked about those in earlier this year when I did a little series um, about the elements and the fire. Every human gets 5 spirit guides. Um, 4 of them are elemental spirit guides. The 5th one is our ethereal spirit guide, which is our guardian angel, our guardian angel. So they're with us every lifetime. They're like it's like the creator in buddy form that's with us since we're created for the rest of our lives, right? Yeah. A fiery crow, right? But we have 4 elements. 4 elemental spirit guides that represent the 4 different areas of our life. They're kind of like the supervisors that help things along in those areas of our life, like the custodians of those areas. They don't make choices, they just kind of do that, right? Oh, did you put a phoenix? Oh, you did. I did not see it. I'm a little farther away. I think I need to bring the monitor closer or make my font bigger. But I do see that. I love it. See, and that's funny because my fire elemental spirit guide is actually they're a member of a collective called the Phoenix Collective. It's a fire elemental, so that's funny. So, I love this. Let's see what message they had for you. So it is them. Oh, they roll over the fire side rolls over our spiritual energy, but also our inspiration and spark of life too. So I like that. Let's see. You got the moon card here. So full moon energy that's coming up is very important for you. And I feel like they're really drawing in this energy of the moons. Mother moon. So there's a little kind of almost like a between the lines or under their breath, just, mom, mom energy. But then you know, back to you and really starting off with you and just it's more your relation with mom and how you experienced mother and how you are embracing mother energy within you as well. And I feel like there is this energy of crow with this moon energy. What is that energy? It just feels like that which, because I'm seeing a crow steal jewelry and things from people and bringing it back to the nest. So, whatever that means, it's like, I am bringing you little tidbits and trinkets of things. Oh, wow. They're helping you bring pieces of yourself back, is what they're saying. So, the things that you gave up and that you lost and you pushed down and diminished, maybe a lot to do with mother. This is a time where um, they're helping you bring those pieces back. So I love that. How fun. Yeah. 5 of Cups, a change of emotion, right? From sorrow to happiness, allowing you to actually even allowing you to flow through emotion. The emotion that you had to suppress, they're helping you transmute it too. Yeah, and the 5 of swords. Yeah. So there is this change, this conflict energy, conflict of emotion, conflict of mind games, manipulation through emotion and mental games. They're allowing you to get all this strength back, going back to bringing back pieces of you. Look, and they're bringing pieces of you back. Is that a Yeah, that's not a piece of luggage, that's a giant stone that's coming back too. Below the surface here, you've got the 10 of swords, which is an amazing thing. Letting go of expectations, all those supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's that don't serve you anymore. You're like, yeah, I don't need to please anyone. Those were all rules that I don't need to worry about other people. I get to focus in on what my heart wants, not what I've been told I'm supposed to want, kind of energy. Yeah, 3 of Cups, joy, celebration. You have spirit guides here. So, again, this is them saying, yeah, this is one of your spirit guides that came in here and that you're never alone. You're surrounded by a great host of beings of unconditional love and light, all working for you. In your physical world, in your emotional world, in your mental world, in your energetic world, and then you have your guardian angel that's ruling over your ethereal world and over everything else for you, though. And then you've got a great host of beings outside of that, of course, fairy godmothers and everything else alike, right? Um, but you're also with this 3 of Cups is talking about, like a community in the outside physical world too. And it's gonna be 2 individuals that'll be coming in that will and these are part of that singing, acting troupe that have been around forever, right? That you guys go in and around each other's lives, but 2 of them will come into your life. One next year, and then one in 3 to 5 years, but you're gonna have this very special group that will be like you're creating your family, and these will be like 2 individuals, 1 male the first one's female, the second one is male, but they're not romantic because they don't swing that way, but um but they're gonna be like these sisters for the rest of your life kind of energy. So I feel like that's important you to know that you do have these trustworthy people that will be like peas in a pod that will be in your life forever. So I feel like that's important for you at this time. And then the 10 of wands. So a change of energies that's coming in here too. And I like this. Here's that 10 of wands, the ace of wands. They're the ones that are helping you transform your energy and bringing back a lot of emotional energy away from relationships with people, old emotions with people, things in the physical world, just a lot of bringing things back. Yeah, you're just thinking about that. Just bringing things back, to you, bringing all of this energy back to you instead of, what we were focusing on trying to please other people. Um, with that. So I like that. Let's see what we're going to do the fairy wisdom oracle for this. Let's see what comes in here for you with this. And you've got lighting the way. Yeah. So very big, bright light. Again, angelic being holding a flame. This is very hermity energy, like the hermit card. It's card 37, which adds up to a 10, which is endings and beginnings energy too. But this is about being guided um, from up above, right? So I love that. The key word is illumination. It says we all wish for guidance and help along the way, yet sometimes guidance comes from within. When we connect to the energy of spirit that resides within each of us, we see clearly what we are to do. Reach for the stars. Allow the communication with spirit to connect you to your highest good. Connecting to spirit is as easy as recognizing that you are already one with the universal power. If you've chosen this card today or it's chosen you, it may be telling you that you need to strengthen the strength card, right? Your trust in your divinity. Ultimately, you are to be the one who shows others the way. You hold the light for them as they climb the path of illumination. In order to do so, you must continue your own journey in learning and refining your own truth. It is only through example that we can change our world, one person at a time. But if enough people hold the light in enough places, we can bring about change at a much more advanced rate. This angel holds the lantern for all to see, so that anyone who wishes to climb the path can better see the footholds and avoid the pitfalls. She has reached the highest peak. Her face shows that she takes her job seriously. Guidance can come in many forms: the words of a friend or a loved one, or a professional counselor, or a crow. Guidance can come from a book or strangers' words. Listen to what information comes your way, then sit with it and meditate on it. You will get a sense as to whether it is valid for you or not, if you're open and willing to hear your truth. You may be destined to teach or counsel others. So light a candle for someone today. I like that. There's a little chant. It says, "Each step of my journey is illuminated and sure. I move with trust and confidence. I welcome the chance to light the way for others. I hold the light high. So be it." I love that. When you say, yeah, who needs a counselor when you have a crow? I agree. So I love that. So that is for your first one. So, and then we'll go on to your second one here. Let me just update this here. Move over here. And then we said we had Olivier Vagata come in. Hello, Olivier. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Good to see you as well. And all right, let me grab your question here. I see that there. I'll add you onto the free list here. There we go. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Yeah, there we go. And Cat Goddess, hello, hello, welcome. And Footwork 12, hello, hello. I think that's Valerie, right? I think. All right. Oh, and there you go. Thank you so much. We will add you up yonder to the donations. I did get 2 donations that came in over here before you via the PayPal. Let me just look here. All right. Yep. So that is Maria. So Maria P, I did get your 2. I'll add you into the list up here too. Yep. Gobble gobble. Happy Turkey Day to you. Yeah. Yeah. Good. I'll give that update. That's a good idea. Thank you, Valerie. Oops. Do that here. Do that here. Boom, 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 boom. Whoops. If I can type, we'll be good to go here. All right. So the order, we have one more for Johanna, and then we go to Rocky's World, and then Maria P times 2 via Z PayPal, and then Europe after that. So just a few in front of you there. And then free readings, we got quite a list going. So we'll circle back around there. All right. Happy Thanksgiving. All right. I think that's everything up to this point. All right. So let's dive back in here. So, Johanna, let's do number 2 here for you. So here's, whoops. Tell you what. I didn't drink any wine. I'm not drunk. All right. I did put some mushroom powder in my tea, but that's not supposed to be psychedelic powder. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it can be it all depends on I never know how chatty spirit's gonna get, so who knows? Alright, so Johanna, let us go to number 2 here, and we're down here. Let me just look for the Phoenix. There it is. There's the Phoenix, so number 2 was under that. I think I saw number 2. Was it number 2? Oh, maybe you retracted number 2 because I thought I saw number 2, but now I don't see one. Oh, there it is down here. I see it now. It has a unicorn in front of it. So, did you insult your colleagues today accidentally? You met her today, had some spicy remarks. Uh-oh. Yeah, no problem at all. I know, right? Mushroom powder? It's all legal stuff that you can order. It's not coffee, mushroom coffee. It's just like mushroom togetherness, whatever. All right, so let's see here. Did we're gonna ask, was your colleague, did they feel insulted? Is what you want to know, right? Because you may not have insulted, but by the time it got in their filters, we never know. So we'll take a look here. So, did they feel insulted? Let's take a look here. What were their thoughts about what you said? That's kind of what we'll just kind of look at that. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we have the Hierophant, which isn't a bad energy. That's more Taurus, grounded, down to earth, sensory type of energy. And that's about seeing things from a higher perspective. So just that being the underlying energy doesn't feel like a, you know, um, zeroing in on one thing you said and then blowing it out of proportion. This feels like someone that sees something more grounded from up above. But we'll take a look here. The first two cards are how did they feel about it here? Yeah, they I feel like with this 9 of swords, um, and the 2 of swords, this is all the mind energy here. So I feel like it's interesting that they might have been triggered a little bit, but this 2 of swords and this 9 of swords, which is the nightmare and insomnia and trying to let go of the fear of pleasing people or not. I feel like they are in this thing of like actively trying not to let other people's comments and things bother them, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like they were really sensitive in the past where they got offended over everything and they took everything personally and they kind of maybe it's like almost like I feel like they were a little timid and stuff before, but I feel like they've been working on their confidence and working on not taking things personally, and I get to define things, what things mean. Kind of that energy, like they've been working on this kind of thing going on. Yeah, yeah. You're just like, um, but yeah. And Saturn went to direct today, so our reflection kind of period of Saturn is switching. Now we're all the lessons are now out back out in the outside world rather than the inside world. So there's like this, that we're facing our own things. And in a way, this is a mirror for you too, right? Um, you know, what fears do I have around what if I did insult someone accidentally? You know? Yeah, right? Here you go, girl, learning together. That's right. It's like, yep, you know, what fears did I have, that came up in that did I insult them? So it's interesting. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, so there's a transformation. Here's that seeing things from a higher perspective energy. Again, that Hierophant. And it's funny, the Hierophant is teacher student energy. So learning from each other. You're their teacher, they're your teacher in a way, right? Yeah, and we have the high priestess, which again is also this stepping back, seeing things from a higher perspective energy. So, That's, she goes up under her high priestess temple in the mountains, looking down to be able to see things differently, connecting to the spirit world, looking behind the veil, diving deep into themselves. So, very much this internal reflective energy. And I do feel like they're a very internal type of person here too. Yeah, but we got the 2 of cups. Ooh, the tower. Uh-oh. You guys may not be colleagues anymore. No, but this tower card is whatever happens does happen for us, which really supports that what you said about being compelled, everything happens for us. So their reaction is for us. Whatever bubbles up within us around their reaction is for us. Whatever bubbles up within them over your reactions, of course, is their responsibility, right? But they got the 2 of cups. I like this, that it's kind of supporting everything you said around, "We're in this together, girl. We're both trying to balance our cups on our head. We're both trying to balance our emotions." It's almost like those classes they take for proper young ladies, where they walk around with the books on their head, but you're walking around with emotions on your head. But all this 2 energy, 2 of swords, the 2 of the high priestess, the 2 of cups is all about choice energy. So, I like this for you. I feel like they might have, like, whoa, a little prick here and there, but they didn't, like, overreact about it, and it allows them to do their little, power of choice within them. And you can't control what other people say, do, react, or whatever. You're just like, "All right, I get to decide what story I put around this situation," and be gentle with yourself. And like, "Yeah, I was a little spicy." And if you feel like anything pops up, you know, that's like in the situation, you can bring it up right away too, going, "Oh, I'm sorry. If I was a little," like you said, "if I was a little spicy, that's my personality. Sometimes I get a little too hot, with my comments. So I'm sorry, if I said anything. In the moment, if you like see their reaction, go, oops, sorry, and then they're like, "Oh, okay, you didn't mean it otherwise." And it's like when someone doesn't say something, we carry it for a while, right? Like if we got offended by someone because they said something and they saw our reaction, they didn't say anything, then we kind of ruminate it and it keeps going. But if we just bring it up right away, then that helps everybody, right? Oh, you thought about it later? Yeah. And you're like, I wonder. I wonder. Oh, but that's all right. If you didn't realize it right away, I always look at that as that spirit veiled me from realizing it in the moment for a reason too. Otherwise, I would have thought about it in the moment. But there's a reason for the delay, right? So um, I would just respect that. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too around this situation. Okay, this one here. This is from the elemental energies. You got Vibrisa of vitality. You've got all these flowers and birds. They're not crows, but they are birds. Feel the vibrise of vitality, tuning into the energetic pulses that sustain life force. So I like that, you know. And I feel like you will realize this is good for you to realize now because you're going to be aware of other conversations you have with people, and if you recognize the energy that you're picking up from someone else, then you can talk about it right away if you want. So I like it. Just look at it as learning and growth. So I love that. So hopefully that helps, Jojo. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donations. And I'm sorry that you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but at least, you get to enjoy the quietness of everyday life too. Alright. So many blessings to you. Alrighty. Rocky's World, you are up next. Let's grab your timestamp here. You're very welcome. Yeah, let's scroll up here. Whoops, I did not give your donations a love and a like here, Jojo. How rude. There you go. Hope you weren't insulted. But a bunch. All right, Rocky, let's give yours a love and a like here. So, hello, hello. You want to know, did Michael J join you in your Thanksgiving food offering and blessings by his shrine? All right, let's take a look here and see what Michael J has to say. He's always with you, but because he's always by your side. He doesn't just come and go. He's the moment you left his physical body, he was right by your side. You were definitely someone he cared for. Um, let's take a look here. All right, thank you. We got these, and we got this. Let's see. These one, you want them together? All right, sounds good. And then these two, and then these two. Put that underneath. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, I definitely feel here. This almost looks like a cemetery where they keep urns on shelves. I don't know what that just popped into my head as soon as I saw this. This is the Nine of Cups, which is about emotion full and overflowing. Um, I definitely feel like they're saying, "Yeah, I was there," because it does look like this. That's what it's just referencing. I feel for this particular situation here. The two cards that came flying out first, yeah, we do have the Judgment card and the Knight of Wands. Yeah, the Judgment card is about you had a whole bunch of people around you. It's funny that I normally don't see it this way, the Judgment card, but there's someone standing here with all these people behind them here. And then the Knight of Wands too, which is about movement of energy and this um, night of energy. I feel like there was a lot of energy. In fact, I feel like you felt whoosh, whoosh, and you felt presence there. So I do feel like they made themselves known there, and they're reminding me of the first time I ever picked out a deck of cards. They weren't tarot. Were they tarot? No, they were a different. They were past life cards of all things. But I was actually like in a Barnes and Noble or somewhere. It was the first time I'm looking around, and I'm in the little small section that has cards, and I picked some up, and I'm like, "Oh, no, no, no," and as soon as I grabbed it, I felt like whoosh, this crowd came in. There was people standing behind me. That's what that's reminding me of, and I feel like that is what you kind of felt, that they were you were surrounded by a lot of energy, and they were making their energy known because 'cause they're always around you, them and a bunch of others, but they made their energy known, I feel there. Let's see what else they had here for you. Yeah, got the 8 of Pentacles, the 6 of Wands. Yeah, again, the 6 of Wands is about support and feeling uplifted, and the 8 of Pentacles has this energy around gratitude for the work that you put in here. Not sure if your food was homemade, but I do feel like there is this energy here of that, that they're like they appreciated the work that you put in going to this, especially with the pentacles, going to this physical location and bringing something that they were like, oh, but they definitely there's this upliftingness of energy that's there. You've got the 4 of Wands and the Queen of Swords. Yeah. I feel like they're taking the opportunity here. Just the 4 of Wands is about joy and celebration, and the Queen of Swords is the balancing of the head with the heart. And I do feel like there's this joy energy that comes in here, but they're also telling you just how proud of you that you are that the balancing that you've done, that you've really gotten out of your head, and you really are allowing your heart to lead the way a lot, and not the fears and the supposed to be's and the should be's. I feel like they're taking this opportunity to really celebrate how you are focusing more on the joy of things instead of the sadness of things. And they like that because they're like, I'm having a blast. So I'm glad that you are working through and balancing things out with all that too. And then your last little messages here. Yeah, you have the Eight of Wands, which is a lot of messages, a lot of spirit guides and coming, and the Page of Swords. Yeah, Page of Swords is a lot of clarity, seeing things from a higher perspective, etc. And underneath all of that, let's see what else you have here. Yeah, the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, birthing, harvest, success. Again, this knowing that I feel like Michael J. that they're you know coming in here with this Eight of Wands. That's like a ton of messages, a lot of messages. But the Page of Swords is that they're bringing it in through your mind. Well, they'll just drop words, touch memories. It has to do with your mind and your mental energy. It's interesting with that Queen of Swords. It's like I was going through your mind, connecting with you a lot, touching memories, bringing things across your path, a lot of messages. But it's what I feel here with that Queen of Pentacles, because there's a lot of Cups energy behind the Queen of Pentacles energy, is that that's one of the reasons why they're celebrating, because you're really opening up to your heart. This Nine of Cups comes back to finding your self-love, and that they're able to connect through your heart in powerful ways now too. And that's why I feel like when you went to this place that you felt a lot of emotional energy, but you normally get a lot of mental energy. But they're like, since you've opened up that conduit, in addition to the mind, I'm also able to connect through your heart. So I love that. Let's see what the Fairy Wisdom Oracle brings in for you here as well. Whoa, cards flying everywhere. They're like blah, 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 blah. But this is the one that we're going to choose. And we've got the pedestal. Yeah, I like this energy. It's almost like, again, something up on a pedestal. Was there an urn up on a pedestal or something up on a pedestal? Oh, that makes sense that, you know, the you were going to a shrine to them. So it's like, yep. Don't put me on a pedestal. But this energy is about choice, interestingly enough. It says, look at this card. This angelic being is bound round and round, yet her bindings are not secured. She can choose to unbind herself at any moment. Situations are not always as dire as they seem. And with this card coming in for you today, understand that you must look deeper at things going on in your life. Are you seeing all the different sides of a situation? Perhaps you're feeling restricted when it is your choice to simply decide to be free. We often bind ourselves with limited belief systems and outdated thinking patterns. There's all that thinking. What habits can you change in order to release yourself from your limited thinking? Many situations are not black or white. Is that is that Michael J? Black or white, or good or bad. It's up to you to find the middle ground in your perspective. Find the place where you can sit and see both sides. Ask for clarity and see all facets before making up your mind. Find your pedestal where you can see your truth and release all that does not fit your chosen reality. Choose wisely what you want in your life. All of the choices we make create a vibration that affects all other life in the universe. If one chooses wisely, it will be what is also best for others. You have much more control of your life and circumstances than you may realize. Choose the other one today. So choose the other one. I like this little chant. It says, I am a being with the gift of choice. I am open to truth. I choose to bring into my life all the good that exists for me. I choose freedom. My life abounds with positive options. I choose wisely with my best interest in mind. So be it. I love that. What a beautiful little message coming in there. So that is what they have for you, Rocky's World. So many blessings to you. Very grateful. Let's see. We have Simran that came in. May you ask a question? Yes, you always can ask a question. Thank you for being polite and asking, but you never have to ask. You just put your question out there. And then also Egyptian famous. Yes, you may have a reading as well. If you want a general reading, you can just say, hey, can I have a general reading? If you have a specific question, you can just put your specific question out there. Donations get first priority right now. I have three of those. Let me make sure. Yep, three of those. And then if I don't have any other donations, we'll start on free readings. They are first come, first serve. So I've got about maybe 15 ahead of you guys. All right, but definitely get on the list. Sooner the better, right? All right. So that is what we have there. Oh my gosh, let me send those to junk mail. I have my email up so that when I get PayPal and the other donations from the other sources, they come through my email. But of course, with Black Friday and Thanksgiving, all these Black Friday sales and deals coming in. So fun. All right. So let us dive in here. So, Maria P., you are up first for your first one. So, here's your first donation. Hey, hot son. Happy Turkey Day. Good to see you. Let's scroll down here. All right. So, thank you for your first donation. Let's take another sip. Cheers, everybody. All right. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings to you today. So, thoughts and feelings. All right. Then you had a date tomorrow, but he had to cancel. But he had to cancel. So, his thoughts. All right. And then, how many times will you hang out next week? Okay, we got that here. That here. Okay. Looks like we'll see what those are here. And then a lady at work. Saying there's no mistletoe and they caught you kissing. Will she say anything to get us in trouble? All right. And then updates on the dark side. All right, we'll see what that's all about here. All right. So Wally's thoughts. We got the page of wands. Yeah. There's a lot of passionate energy that's on here, right? Days of your lives. Hey Maria, happy Turkey Day. Yeah, so that's a positive card there. I feel like their thoughts are very, very much on the energetic and physical attraction between the two of you. So their minds very much on that. Their emotions, yeah, I love it. We've got the Leo and your Leo energy there with the strength card and the Queen of Pentacles, which of course is the nurturing, the harvest. It's a beneficial thing. So the heart is really, kind of focusing on both the emotional side and the sensual side and the abundant side, just how it's like a gratitude energy. And that's one of the things that they're grateful for on the inside, too. So I like that. Canceling of the date, his thoughts, the Hierophant. Yeah, there's this need to see things from a higher perspective. I just feel like they, in the whole scheme of things, they were like, I've got to make the best choice for everyone involved. So whatever situation it is, they were like, um, what is this that you're bringing me? Uh, I am a big Trekkie. Well, I haven't watched a lot of Star Trek in the last while, but I used to watch everything all the time. And one of the things is the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few is one of the things they would say in here. And they were like, yeah, I've got to make the choice that's going to impact the least amount of people, and me canceling that is going to allow, this whole group of people to be happier. Yes, yeah, well, that makes sense. Then everyone can use the bathroom instead of yeah, right. So I feel like that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. That's funny because we need to go to the bathroom. So I feel like there's all this stuff in the way, they just need it completed, um, and they might be having people over or something, so they have to get it done before everyone comes over, like, on the weekend or something like that. But that's funny, that makes sense. Um, how many times will you hang out next week? Well, we've got at least 2. There's an extra thing here too. Yeah, I have the Queen of Wands, so that is, a passionate time coming in there with all that Wands fire energy. Yeah, and I don't feel like yeah, I feel like that's the message for that one there. So there's a very passionate time for the 2 of you here. And then you have the World card, a very victorious card, this feeling of ending of a cycle, beginning of a new adventure. So I feel like, the second one is doing something that you guys haven't done before, um but it feels like out in the world, out in the outside world. So it feels like you guys are gonna go do something, unique there. This third one here, ooh, the Knight of Cups. But there's a lot of romance I feel that happens here throughout the week, because this is movement of heart, but it doesn't feel I didn't get this energy of like it's like a get together, but it's a continual interaction throughout the week. So I like that movement of emotion there. You got busted kissing. Are you gonna guys get in trouble? No, 10 of Pentacles, abundance. They don't care. That's kind of energy I got. They were like, whoop-de-doo, you know? The worst thing is that I wish that was me. Not like with with him or with you, but they're like, I wish I had someone I could get caught kissing. So I feel like they're kind of that energy that's coming in there, as well. Um, and then updates on the dark side. Ooh, the tower. Yeah, there's a bit of fire going on here. Let's see what else that we got. But yeah, the King of Wands. So they are making plans and looking at exit energy here. We got the Five of Wands, yeah, the conflict and drama energy, and the Page of Pentacles, looking for this other an upgrade in the outside world kind of energy, looking for abundance. So they have all this stuff that's going on in this, you know, friction and all this stuff, but that's part of. So I like this because um like when you go they had to cancel their plans, but if that is a step, completing the bathroom is a step on them leaving the situation, wouldn't you support that? Hmm, something to think about. Go, yes. Finish that up so that that's one less thing on the list that's keeping you from moving on, right? Moving up and out. All right. So let's see what's your fortune cookie. For your first one, we're going to do the Fairy Wisdom Oracle. And for second ones, we use the Elemental Energies ones. Yeah. Well, we do want the dragon to act up, right? Yeah, there's always a silver lining. Can always find it because we do want the dragon to act up. We don't want the Actum doll loving and alluring. We want them to be burning their butt all the time, because then that makes them want to, get to the ending faster. Puts fire. A fire-breathing dragon puts fire under their butt. Right. Yeah. Oh, look, you got nightlight for your fortune cookie here. Card number 48. Let's see what this brings in here. Keyword is dreams. So this fairy rests easily, all curled up in the knowledge that her faith keeps her safe within her world. This card delves into the realms of precognition, intuition, and prophetic dreams. So if this card came to you, you're probably a person with high intuitional skills. No kidding, right? You may be someone who has precognitive dreams or premonitions. You know the phone will ring before it rings and you know who will be calling. You are a person who delves not only deeper into the mysteries of life, but deeper into your own being. You may be very advanced in your pursuit of knowledge, or you may be just starting to follow the quest for insight. Read all you can on the spiritual topics that intrigue you. Take some classes if they're available to you. Study and learn. This is a spiritual quest that you're on. Have faith and always ask that your helping elemental friends be with you to guide and protect you. If you have vivid dreams, you may want to keep a dream journal. Keep a notebook and pen beside your bed, and before you go to sleep at night, remind yourself that you wish to wake up and record your dreams. You can train yourself to do this and then go easily back to sleep. In the morning, read the journal, and if anything pops into your head concerning the meaning of the dream, write it down. Be sure to look at it again a day or two later. Often you will see then that your dream was prophetic or had meaning that you missed the first time. During our dreaming state, our soul does some traveling, and many of our dreams are actually events that we're experiencing. They may seem jumbled or not make sense because we're trying to interpret the information through our physical brains. The chant that comes with this says, "O Spirit, I ask to be awakened to the knowledge of the universe. My soul hungers for the wisdom of creation. I open up to receive your teaching. I cast aside my unfounded fears and I go forth in faith. So be it." Says, start a dream journal today. Do it. Do it. If you want to, you could do that. All right. So that's for your first one there, Maria. We'll complete your second one here in a moment, and then we'll go to footwork after that. Let me just see here. We had some other people that had popped in here. All right. So let me grab here. So, Egyptian famous. I see your question. Let me get it added on the list here. And we got hot suns, hot sun. Grab yours, add you to the list here. Okay, and we had Debbie. Hey, love and light to you as well. Let's see here. Marissa Smith, I think I did. Yeah, the free one. When will you be in a committed relationship is the one I have. So if that's it, Marissa, I do have that one. And then we've got Lynn. You definitely can have a reading if you want a general reading, put that, and if you want a specific question, pop that in there, and I'll get you added to the list there. Yeah, Maria, I love that, Maria. Yeah, that's right. Go act some more there, Dragon. Hey, Nadine, welcome. Happy Turkey Day to you. To the Americans, I know, right? Happy holidays, everybody. All right. So I got everyone. I said hello to everyone else. So let's go on to the next one here. So, Maria P., thank you for your additional donation. Let's grab that. Whoops. Here we go. Here are both of your timestamps. All right. And we'll scroll down here. So, you want to know, will he talk to anyone about you today? All right. Let's take a look here. All right. And then his thoughts about not spending today together. All right. And what is he up to this weekend? Yeah, I feel like we know. I think there's some sort of big family get together here. We'll see what that is. What's coming for you at work? Okay. And a message from Walter to you. And that's something that he doesn't like from you. All right. So will he talk to anyone today? 10 of wands. There's a lot of energy going on here. I don't feel like they will here. I feel like there's enough energy, enough stuff going on. They're just like, no, there's too much energy as it is. They're like, this would just cause more. I just feel like they're overwhelmed. They're like at a number 10 and as much energy as they're putting out right now. His thoughts about not spending today together. Yeah, the judgment card. This is about seeing things from a higher perspective, understanding that, that this would be you if you had spent the day together. Everybody that they're around would be watching you like that. And you'd be this going, they're like, now's not the time. And they understand that. And hopefully you do too, that you want you want them to be completely separated and not, in the same residence and all this stuff when you start to meet the people that matter. Because I feel like when they actually end up doing the big physical where they're not living in the same space and there's this official line drawn and everything's separated and they're living somewhere else, that people will take sides. People will go on their side and people will go on his side. And then, there'll be this okay, I get it, right? Um when you become that part of their life um completely, then that's when it's worth the extra energy and where they'll feel they can protect you better because we talked about how aggressive their family and friends are and how they're a bit sharp-tongued and like I said aggressive, and they're like, I just don't want, why introduce you to that until I can introduce you one-on-one to people eventually over time. Then we'll do that, but right now is not a good time. That's the way they're thinking anyway. What's he up to this weekend? Yep, 10 of Pentacles, tons of friends and family, and full go, 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 go kind of energy. People coming over, them going over other places. They're just involved with a lot of different people that are there. So a lot of that, and then also the Nine of Swords and the Hanged Man. Yeah, they've got a lot of this nightmares and insomnia, a lot of transformation energy that's going on here. Um, and a lot of people pleasing, trying to see things differently, but a lot of people pleasing, trying to do everything for everyone else, and uh, a lot of resting when they can as well. But I just feel like they're so much about making sure everyone else is happy this weekend. And it's a difficult place for them to be because they can't please everyone, but they really try to. Um, what's coming up for you at work? Yeah, you got the Ace of Cups and the Ace of Swords. So you got some new beginnings energy that's coming in here, which is positive energies. It's both mental and emotional um, gifts. So I feel like there's going to be some good things that come that make you feel good emotionally, and some good things that put your mind at ease too. So I like this energy. I feel like these are gifts that are going to allow you to just like relax a little bit, instead of worrying and feeling stressed. There's this kind of breath of fresh air at work, it feels like. A message from Walter to you. You got the Four of Pentacles, which is this energy of, the Four of Pentacles is, and I don't feel like this is from Walter, the human. I feel like this is from Walter, the higher self, in that, the outside world doesn't define who you are. You define who you are. When you define yourself by relationship, by situation like jobs, education, whatever, by things, your body, your bank accounts, your possessions, you feel unstable because all those things in the outside world are unstable. They're like, return back to here. Stability lies in here, inward and upward, not outward. And I feel like that's what the higher self of Walter would say to you for you, because all of our instability and stress comes from defining ourselves by those three buckets of the outside world. And they're like, go inward and upward, and you will, wow, right? Just inward and upward, I feel like is the message. And then something that he doesn't like from you, we got the Wheel of Fortune. And the Wheel of Fortune brings a message of whatever happens in our life happens for us. And I feel like, and it's not like he doesn't like it about you, but something that he doesn't like how it impacts you is how we can fall into victimhood, right? Because he feels responsible for, everyone's emotions. So when like oh, we're not going to get together tomorrow. Oh, you have to work on that instead of me. When we take the down the road, not the high road, but the down road into low vibration, they feel bad, and they don't like feeling that way. And so when you do that, they feel bad, because they are still in a place where feel responsible for everyone's emotions. So, which is why they do everything that they do to try to please everybody. But that would be the thing that, and that's what happens in all of our relationships, right? So there is this energy of, you know, um, um, switching and realizing, like we did with, oh yeah, instead of being upset and disappointed because I'm expecting something and I'm not getting it, we know that's the whole expectations equal disappointment, right? Um, but when we look at that and we realize, oh, instead, let me focus on what I'm grateful for, going, you know what? If you finish that, that's one, like we said, one less thing for that's standing in the way of you, stepping away from that situation. This long list of things you feel you have to get done before you would leave that house. This is a project I need to finish. Oh, good. We'll finish that up. I'm supportive of that, right? Or, oh, the dragon's acting up. Oh, I'm sorry you're going through that. But I'm glad that they're not like, they're being extra nice to me and da 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 da. Da. This isn't so bad over here. Like, good, burn his butt. You're like, that's all right. I'd much rather them be upsetting you than pleasing you. So, it makes me feel better, right? So I feel like that's important. All right. So let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And you've got the essence of the equinox, the essence of balance, right? Which says, absorb the essence of the equinox, finding balance between light and dark within. You can't make it up. That's exactly what I was just saying, right? Finding the balance between the two things, right? So I like that. All right. So that is what they have for you there. So thank you again. And now you can take a nap, right? All right. Um, Footwork, you're actually going to be up next, and then we'll circle back for Johanna's additional donation. Let me put the on the list here. So you had some other people come in here. Sorry, I'm right by the microphone. Hello, everybody. All right, so that's where we left off there. All right, so we've got MM28. Hello, hello. Let me add you onto the list. Good to see you. Right, and then okay, footwork. You asked where we are in the readings. That's where we're at. You'll be up right next year. I'm just going to grab some of these. Say hello to some people real quick here. And then Rita, hello, hello. I got your free reading. Let's add you on here. All right. And then Lynn, I see your question there. Add you onto the list here. And we got Maria Celentine in the house. Hello, hello. All right, Rita. Did you change it? No. Okay, so that's just a repost. All right, Marie Celentine. I got your free reading here too. All right. All right. And then Rita, I do see your question. It is first come, first serve for the free readings. So I've seen your question 5 times. So I've got it. Don't post it anymore, please. Um, we'll get to it on the free reading list when we get to it. If you want to be moved to the top of the list, a donation of any kind will do that too. Donations do get first priority. And then after that, um, free readings are first come, first serve for those. All right. And let's see. So we did that one. We did that one. That's that one there. That one's a repost again. Food coma. All right. So I think we are all cut up here. All right. So let's return back to the donation. So footwork 12, you are up. Oops. If I can grab the timestamp right here. There we go. So there you are. And let us scroll up here. Give that a love and a like. Thank you so much for your donation. And you wanted a jello reading. Yeah, it makes sense now. Of course, footwork is that ice skating coach, right? The fancy footwork. I always loved watching those during the Olympics. Wow, all right. All these cards popping out. I think I ice skated once, and I actually lived in Texas, and so it was an inside skating rink. And obviously not an outside. uh, and the whole time I didn't have strong ankles. I skated bending my ankles, so my ankles were so sore when we finished because I wasn't balancing. Oh, I know you're like, oh my god, but I love ice. Of course, I fell down a lot too. All right, so let's scroll down here. So footwork, which is Valerie, right? Bottom of the deck, you do have the 5 of Wands. There is a little bit of drama energy here with the 5 of Wands. It's more around, but it feels like it's people around you, not necessarily involving you. But I feel like there's a lot of external conflict, and you're just kind of like, what is going on? It's like, why is everyone so like hissing cats, right? You're like, what is going on? And I feel like people draw you into their drama. They try to draw you into their drama a lot. And a lot of times you do get drug into their drama because you're a huge heart and you care. Sometimes I feel like you try to solve other people's conflicts with each other. It's like when you get in between 2 people fighting and you you get hit instead of the other person, like in the movies, and I'm like, not like literally, hopefully not literally, but it's like, "Oh, yeah," and then I end up looking like the bad guy, but you're like, in this situation, I feel like your spirit guides are saying, you can sit in the eye of the storm and not be burned and not worry about everyone else's conflicts, that just focus on your relationship one on one, but not their relationships with each other. Just maintain the relationship you want with each individual. And if they're going through something, it's important for them to learn that they can do it. And we can do things like, you know, ask them questions like, oh, that sounds confusing for you, or that sounds like it's challenging. What are you thinking of doing around that? Ask them, ignite them into thinking about what they want to do, because we can't change people. If you want a good book to read, if you haven't read it already, the Let Them book by Mel Robbins. I'm just finishing it up, and I talk a little bit about in today's podcast that came out, the changing people. So if you want to check that out, it's free. The playlist is linked in the description box. But it's an amazing awareness of, yeah, I don't need to change other people. I can't change other people, but I can help them be aware of what's going on with them and what they want to do about it, because I can't do anything about it. I can't change them. I can just focus my energy. Coming back here to your own choices, which is your first card, the Chariot, the power of choice. that you can't choose other people's stories that they're choosing, their emotions they're choosing, their energy that they're investing, their physical actions. You can't motivate others, but you can influence them. Especially being an ice skating coach, that would probably be a great book to read because being a manager for so many years where we were told, "You gotta motivate them to do what they're supposed to do," you realize people are not gonna do anything that they wanna do until they wanna do it. But we can influence people by exhibiting the behavior we would like people to learn from, and if they don't, then we have to make a choice. She talks about 6 months, which I talk about in the podcast a little, as well. I'm actually on it right now, footwork. Here's your timestamp if you wanna go back and start listening. Um, so, there is this energy of, like, if I think they go, "Do this and don't nag, don't, complain, don't, judge, 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 but love and support and then live the energy you want other people to emanate." And if after 6 months they don't, because when people see us and we see each other, we start taking on other people's energy. So after a while, it's like if they're not changing, then we have to make a decision. Do I want to just kind of accept people as they are right now? Um, and if so, then I'm going to stop complaining. I'm just going to start loving on them. If it's a deal breaker what they're doing, then I have to make a choice of going, I don't, I can't have you in my life anymore. Right. So there is this energy here because you've got this conflict energy that's being resolved, the Six of Swords, which is seeing things from a higher perspective. You're moving from old ways of thinking to new ways of thinking. And the Three of Wands, too, is a change of direction with all of this. Wow. And the Empress, too. Choosing for you. Really, there's this mother nature, mother nurture, realizing I want to end conflict. I'm going to see things differently and learning this new awareness that I can't choose for everyone else. I can only choose for me. I'm going to make different choices. And I like this. It feels like you move from choppy waters to calmer waters. You go from feeling like you're on fire in the firestorm to being in the eye of the storm instead. So I like this. You also have the Three of Pentacles. Yeah. So this moves you to being true to your authentic self, being able to create and bring things forward, not trying to please, not worried about what other people are going to be upset about or if you're going to lose support, but that you're able to create and be who you want to be, do things you want to do, and move in this direction. I feel like this does feel like both in your personal relationships and work too, that it's like instead of worried about what everyone else is thinking and how everyone's getting along and what kind of drama and stuff's going to come up, I get to focus on how do I want to create in this world. The Empress too is all about creation. This three energy, the three Empress and the Three of Pentacles is all about I want to create something from my heart, not from fear from the mind. Yeah, and then you have the Knight of Wands and the Ace of Wands. Yeah, this does take you here. This is about the quest of stepping into your power. And the Knight of Wands is on a quest for the Ace of Wands. And look, you get the Ace of Wands. So I like this because this is you stepping into realizing whatever I focus my energy on is what grows and expands. What everyone focuses their energy on is what they're experiencing. And I don't have to worry about everyone else because when I start focusing on my fears, I draw more like attracts like. When I start focusing on gratitude for what I have in my life, for my self expression, for things unfolding with me, then I draw more things that match that instead. So being aware of your energy is very important here and watching who you're surrounding yourself with too. Because if you're surrounding yourself, like we are talking about, we tend to start, especially our human mind, will start picking up habits from what other people are doing. And if we're hanging around a lot of people that are dramatic and low vibrational, it's easier for us to fall into that versus if we're around people that are really looking at higher vibration and gratitude in that. it's easier for us to choose that, right? The underlying energy under that, yeah, the 3 of swords. The expectations equal disappointment, and this stepping away from, expecting everyone to be and act a certain way because everyone's different. And the book talks about that too. I highly recommend it. They keep on bringing stuff up from it because it's when I'm thinking that everyone thinks the same way I do, then I expect them to think the way I do and do everything the way I do. But when you realize that no one thinks the same, and that we're all different, like we're all different aliens from a different planet cohabitating on the earth, then we're like, yeah, I can look and I can be curious about what people are doing instead of trying to change them. And I feel like that's an important energy going on right now with a lot of conflict going on around you. Because I feel like you realize everyone's fighting because everyone's trying to make them be like them. But if we, and I even talked about it in the podcast today, it's like we expect other people to act in ways that make us more comfortable, but it makes them uncomfortable. But when they ask us to change and do things that make them comfortable, that make us uncomfortable, we're like, what? Wait a minute. They're like, oh, yeah, that's the double standard that we kind of have. It's like, oh, yeah. Hmm. Let's think about that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here, too, from the Fairy Wisdom Oracle. See what else they've got to add for you right now. You got the moon dragon. Yeah, and Cancer moon. Really, this emotional moon energy that's coming in here. I do feel like the full moon coming up in Gemini next week is going to be a bit of because it's an air moon, but it's the twins, and it kind of takes you into this mind energy, but it's about seeing things from two different perspectives and kind of being pulled in two different directions. And I feel like that is an important energy for you. Let's see here. This keyword is emotions, obviously, with moon. So the moon dragon, it says, Mistress Moon can make the tides rise and fall, and with them, your emotions. Sometimes these emotions can be lambs, and sometimes they can be dragons. So when the moon dragon comes to visit, here's that power of choice again, lower vibrational or higher vibrational. So when the moon dragon comes to visit, simply invite her in and sit with her a while. Share a cup of fairy tea with her. Dwell in her space for a bit and her feelings, and feel her feelings. These feelings are neither bad nor good, they just are. Allow the dragon her voice, and she will be appeased. It may help to write in a journal at such a time. Expressing all that is within releases the pressure of the moontide. Much can be accomplished through simply sitting with the dragon and listening to what she has to say. Try it next time the moon has a hold over you. See how quickly you tame the dragon. Then all that energy can be put to a useful purpose for your highest good. We are humans with feelings, hormones, emotions, likes, and dislikes. We all have different things that appeal to us in different ways of looking at things. This really is a good thing. However, when emotions become riled, it's best to sit with them and sort them out. Emotions are trying to tell you something. Look at these emotions with honesty and explore what they are about. Get to the real source of your feelings. Keep asking, why? Why? And saying, tell me more until you have the full story. Take a deep breath and let the body relax and breathe easily. Ask spirit for another way to look at the situation. Ask for balance in body, mind, and spirit. Breathe and be at peace. Ask for perfect solutions and be willing to let them come to you. Listen. The chant says, Mistress Moon, help me to ebb and flow gently with your tide. Allow the dragon within me to subside. Bring me peace and harmony, just as you can calm the sea. Release my emotions to infinity so I may live in my divinity. So be it. And it says, wish upon a moonbeam today. But I love that, especially with the full moon energy coming next week. Really looking at the full moon release energy and then the new moon planting energy, I feel like is important too. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, footwork or Valerie. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Sorry, I had to make sure that was a comma there. Could tell the heater's on them. My little cheeks are all red. All right. So, Johanna, thank you for your additional donation. So, here is your all your timestamps here. So, thank you so much for your motto. And here's the kitty. An update on the kitty, please. You're keeping your eyes open, trying to hear your intuition. All right, let's take a look and see what's going on with your black cat. Your black kitten. Have they arrived? Are they ready? All right, I feel like they are born. We'll take a look here and see what we got here, because I have this little picture of a little kitten doing its little biscuits while they're nursing from the mother kitty. We'll take a look here. Yeah, we got the 8 of swords. So that is movement, that is flow. I feel like with the full moon coming up next week, it is an air moon, right? It's got to be. Let's take a look here. Oh my gosh, look at all these books. What am I doing with all these piles of things? I'm going to have to declutter coming up here. Oh no, the full moon is in Cancer. No. Yeah. Oh no, 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 no. Wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 wait. No, it is. Is it a Cancer full moon? Oh, you know what? I'm looking at January. Yeah, because this is the 2026 book. I was like, isn't the Cancer full moon at the beginning of the year? It sure is. If you look in the right year. All right. Lordy. Yeah, full moon in Gemini next week. So it is an air moon. Um, so I feel like that you're going to get some communication, information regarding it coming next week, right? Yeah, it is Gemini. Too funny. I feel like it's in Gemini and then it moves into Taurus, but I like that. Let's see what else they have here for you too. Are they born? Queen of Wands and the Temperance card. So I do feel like, I mean, just here, it's turned to gold because the Queen of Wands is the energy of fire and action energy, and the Temperance card is about, the patience here. So I do feel with that Queen of Wands, they have been born. Just be a little patient, because they still need to be with their mom anyway. So I like that. Been asking for a sign. Yes, I do feel like full moon, the Gemini full moon day, that you will get, which is December 4th, I believe, at least where I'm at. I feel like you'll get a sign on that day. Yeah, you have the Queen of Wands, you have the King of Wands coming in here. So there is this progression energy, things coming in here, the 10 of Pentacles. Here's the birthing. We've got all this abundance energy that's coming in here. And I love that it's like it almost looks like a witch, which, of course, black cats and witches are very much there. But there's that fullness that's coming in here. And then what else do they have here for you? Yep, the 9 of Cups and the Devil card. So the dream come true. And then the Capricorn Saturn energy, it's like it'll be worth the wait here. There's even this progression from Temperance 14 to Devil card 15, the Queen of Wands to the King of Wands. Just trust the timing, of course. You know that. It's like, but I want to hold my little kitten. because I feel like if you knew they were born, um, and you knew where they were at, you'd be like, "Can I just hold them?" They're like, "It's important for them to have time with their mother right now." But you'll I feel like you definitely will get messages from, uh, on New Year's, not New Year's, maybe it is New Year's when you get them. I don't know. How long do can kittens how soon can you take kittens away from their mothers? But I feel like, the full moon is when you get communication there. Let's see what your elemental comes in here too. A couple of months? I think it's like a few weeks, right? 5 or 6 weeks, which would be like New Year's, right? It's kinda where we're at, I feel like. Let's see here. What else can we crystal clear intentions. Align your intentions with the crystal clarity of pure water, manifesting your desires with precision. So, and with that Queen of Wands and the King of Wands energy, of course, that could be like, whatever I focus on is what I draw. If I'm like, I want, we push it further away. When we're gratitude, 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 then, we can bring those, then it comes in faster, right? So, we open up to receive that way. So I like that. So that is what they have for you, Jojo. Yeah, I like that. I love cats. I think I told you once we found a little kitten. It's when like we were teenagers. My older brother and I were out biking on this farm road near our house, and we heard a meow. It was a kitten in a tree. So we rescued it. There was a farm next, and we go, "Is this yours?" And they're like, they had tons of cats. They're like, "No." They didn't want any others. They're like, "You can have it." So we took it home, and my dad didn't want cats. Now where he lives, he has like wild cats that come in the house, um, uh, and feeds all these cats. It's funny. But back then he was like, "No, no, 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 no. Get it, we need to get rid of it." Well, they got pregnant, and then it had a litter, and then before we fixed it, we ended up with mama cat and a baby cat. They both got pregnant. We had like 10 little, I think when it passed away, one was born dead. So there was like 9. We had 9 kittens. Meow, 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 meow. It was so cool. I love it. So, good times, good times. So thank you again so much, Jojo. I appreciate your donations. Oop, I had another one come in here over on the PayPal. All right, thank you, Maria. We'll grab your additional one here in a sec here. What'd you say, Valerie? You need good skates. I actually even did rollerblading, and this was back in 90. Wait, when was that? 99? 2001, because it was the same year as 9/11 here in the United States. Um, because we had moved to Iowa for 6 months, and they had these big, um, paths through the cornfields, cemented and everything, that you could rollerblade and bike and whatever. And I didn't do too bad on those. Of course, that's more roller skating than it is a blade. But yeah, I would have needed better skates. Yeah, the mediator. You've been looking. Well, keep your eyes out on, the full moon. You might see it there. All right. All right. So Maria P, thank you for your additional donation. Here are all of your timestamps. So via the PayPal. So a coworker, which you always thought, uh, let's see. So much I just thought she likes him. Oh, okay. So a coworker dropped off, a box of school T-shirts. Why didn't Wally tell you? All right. Okay, we'll take a look at that. And then, does he want to leave Dragon and go with you? All right. based on current energies. All right. Boom, boom, boom. And then any ladies that you need, any ladies I need to work with him. I think you were like, worry about him, right? All right. And then does he think that you're jealous? All right. All right. Let's see what we got here. So, why didn't he tell you? The high priestess energy here. It's interesting energy there because that's kind of this withdrawn energy and, seeing things from this perspective and stuff. I just feel like it's like I almost feel like they're like it's hidden things being revealed is what the high priestess does, but I don't feel like they were like, "What?" Like, so they dropped off shirts? Like, they don't tell you everything that happens throughout their day, like, "Oh, so and so delivered mail. This person dropped off boxes. This person did this," because it wasn't like a big important thing to them. So they were like, I just kinda kept that to myself because I didn't think it was a they just came and dropped off some shirts, we chatted for a second, they left. It wasn't like, you know, "Oh, I need to let you know this because something happened," anything. There was nothing hidden to be revealed here. So they're like, "Oh, I didn't think that it was important," kind of energy. Um, uh, let's see here. Okay. Does he want to leave the dragon and go with you? Yeah. Well, he definitely wants to leave the dragon tower. That's suddenly movement here. We have the 7 of swords and the page of cups, yeah. So, the page of cups, of course, is higher love and self-love, and the 7 of swords is about, that's the thievery and the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that cheat us out of opportunities, and it is the betrayal and, um, you know, hiding things energy, and they don't like, you know, trying to that they can't just live their life openly because of the and it's not because they're doing something behind each other's backs and stuff energy. It's just I have to walk on eggshells, and that's one of the big reasons I wanna go. I wanna be able to be happy and go where I want, and not always worry about all the time when I walk in the door and, all this kinda stuff because, they're not I don't feel like they're in this, like, a relationship. They're just like it's more like roommates, right? Until they can afford to be separate and it's really more Wally because I feel like they feel like they wanna leave and they probably will demand to have so much that, they gotta make sure that they have their escape plan all in order first kind of energy, if that makes sense. Um, any ladies you need to worry about with him? The 7 of Pentacles is patience. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and, that's just like a slow be patient with just be patient, I feel like is this energy that comes in with here is you don't have to worry about anything unless you want to, right? But your real question is, um, are there any women that he would leave me for? You guys have been together for a year. If he was gonna do that, he would have done a long time ago, right? Right. Okay. Um, does he think that you're jealous? Got the Queen of Pentacles, the Knight of Wands, energy here, and underneath of all that, the 10 of Wands. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting, because you talk about the dragon, but you're a Leo, right? You got fire energy, and you don't realize um, how your energy ignites too. Because we've got here, you know, you've got a queen and a knight, right? And so the queen is you, Queen of Pentacles, someone who's nurturing, someone who, rules, and the knight serves the queen, right? But there's a lot of energy, and I feel they don't feel they don't think you're a jealous person. They just feel like at times you ignite, and when your fears ignite, then you turn into like the Queen of Hearts. Off with their heads, right? You also can become a dragon, but not to the extent you're more reasonable. But um, I do feel like they are this Knight of Wands. Like, I'm used to fire. I have armor against fire, and you're a Queen of Pentacles. You're not a Queen of Fire. Uh, like you're not a fire breathing dragon, though sometimes you do blow fire their way. Um, I feel like it's more that with all this 10 of wands, is that it's a lot of fire energy below the surface, that it takes time. You're not like a frying pan all the time where you're flying off the handle at every moment, but when you when you feel insecure, that's when you act from the place of fear instead of from a place of love. And that happens when you look at expectations, right? That are not being met. And when you're not focused on a gratitude, you start focusing on lack, and then that takes you into that hole. And then you start worrying about everyone else is doing, and this and that, right? It goes back to that Four of Pentacles. Remember that when you fear that their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence means something about you, then you get reactive, right? Because you feel unstable, you freak out, you feel out of control, you try to control, but you can't control other people. You can only control your own stories, your own emotions, your own choices, your own energy. So when you start getting pulled into the lack, it's a good time to go, where do I feel I'm lacking on the inside? Because I'm looking to someone in the outside world to try to make me feel secure. And you're the only one that can make yourself feel secure, right? So hopefully that helps. Your fortune cookie is astral aegis, I guess. Wrap yourself in an astral aegis. Allow protective energies to shield and guide you. You even got that in your I feel like you got that in one of your other cards, because it was about know that you are protected, know that you are guided, right? I think it was in your yeah, it was your nightlight, I think. It was one of your well, you only got one, you got the nightlight. I think it was in that one that talked about know that you are protected and guided from the divine, not from a human. Um, so hopefully that helps. But that's what they got for you, Maria. So thank you again for your multiple donations. I greatly appreciate that. I think that is it for my donations. Let me make sure I didn't have anyone else come in here. No, we are good. So let me get these prepared here, and we will dive into some free readings. These will go a little faster. These free readings are just 1 to 2 cards. And if you want a deeper dive, then a donation of any kind will allow us to dive deeper into those for you as well. All right. And I'll just want to go down the list really quick here. So if you're waiting for a free reading, you know where you're at on the long list here. Let's see here. Okay. I think I have them all. So we've got Ateshi Singh, and then Brenda Globee, and then Touch of Love, and then Faith and Love, and then Content. Minu Uplifts, Premia, Marissa Smith, Kat Mia, Maria P, Livia Vagata, and then actually Footwork, I had you down here. You paid a donation, so that one. Egyptian Famous after that, and then Hot Hot Sun, and then MM, and then Ritz, and then Lynn Hirayama, and then Maria Salentine. And that, I think, is everybody I have. So if I missed anyone and you're here, Go, hey, what about me? You heard you're like, who? Say my name. Say my name. Say my name. All right. So let's take a quick sip here. Cheers, everybody, and we'll dive into the free readings here. All right. So first we have a Teshi Singh. You are up. Here is your timestamp. I know, right? Good song. So, will you win a Stewie this coming Thursday, 12/4? All right. Based on current energies, will you be a winner? Wow. Yes. You have the Sun card here. That's one of the most abundant cards here. And you do have the Nine of Wands as well that comes along with this, which is about possibilities here. 19 and 9. Um, with the Nine of Wands, that is an energy of a energetic block, and just realize that you have the great possibilities to win, but be aware of your energy, because if you focus in on, I want that, I need that, you push it away. If you're grateful for what you do have and what you have had, and if you've won any awards in the past, you can be like, I was really grateful when I won that, and sincerely grateful, not I'm grateful for that. Am I going to get that now? But sincerity, right? Energy don't lie. So it's about the being sincere about gratitude will open up and allow you to step beyond that, because the only energy holding you back is your own, right? So I feel like the more gratitude and coming into the moment for what you do have, what you have won, and what you're winning and what you have won before helps you draw in that as well. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Brenda Globy, you are up next. There is your timestamp. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Is there a soul connection between AS and KTH, which will manifest in the physical reality? Let's take a look here. And so, based on current energies, we will take a look here. All right, so based on current energies, will AS and KTH manifest physical reality? All right, we got this one here. We do have the Nine of Pentacles and the Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, it looks like here, I mean, we've got this kind of progression energy. The Eight of Pentacles is this, um, putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, doing the work brings the reward that does come in here. But it is about, you know, I feel like the Nine of Pentacles almost came out first, which is this time alone, this time of focusing on self, um, and then we move into the reward that comes from all that. So with both of these cards are abundance cards and things moving forward. So I do like these that come in here. So this does feel like a positive energy here. I was going to pull one and I'm going to do it here as well. So let's see here. Anything on timing based on current energy? Whoa, don't lose the cards. Almost did a however many 78 card pickup. We got the Four of Swords. Yeah, there's no transit. It says September 23rd to October 22nd, which we've already gone through that period here. So, there is this period of letting go of expectations. So, whenever I get a card where the dates aren't like they're in the past, they're so far away, it does give me an energy of that they're on this journey of letting go of expectations, letting go of things. And so, that's the Eight of Pentacles energy that they're putting in the work. And the more they do that, the faster it can come. But it feels like right now there is a bit of a pause that can happen here, right? So that is what they have for you, Brenda. Hopefully that helps. Yep. Thank you, Faith and Love, for answering people for me. I appreciate that while I'm in the middle of a reading. Yeah, yeah, like they said, I do have you on the list. I think Maria Celentine. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, you're actually last on the list, Maria. Sorry. You're the last one that asked a question. So we'll get there eventually. All right. So, Touch O Love, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. And this is what is going on with Rex and yourself? You haven't seen each other since October 21st. So, what can Spirit's words for you at this time? Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, because you've been in the bike crash. On Rock again. All right. Okay, so that's just information about your fun adventure that you're going through. So you probably won't see each other until January, February. At least anything for Spirit. Okay, let's see what Spirit has here for you. So, what's the energy between you and Rex based on current energies? Okay, got that here. And we'll pull based on current energies. When will you guys see each other again? Okay. So, what's going on between the two of you? Yeah, you kind of have this Fool card, which is an ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. It's the Zero card. It's the first card in the major arcana, which is about an adventure without expectations, without limitations, just a world of possibilities. So I feel like the energy, it kind of just feels like it's kind of up in the air, not any intentions, not any, but just kind of we'll see where it goes energy. We do have the 10 of Swords, which is May 21st to June 21st. But the 10 of Swords is an ending and beginning energy, which both of these together are an energy of letting go of expectations. I feel like at this point, they're just kind of not set on any kind of specific unfolding of anything. And it makes sense, to because if someone really wanted to see you, it doesn't matter what you're going through, they would be there, right? So I do feel like, yeah, you've been through a lot, but if there was going to be this connection, if there was going to be something, then they would be there now for you during one of the worst times, challenging times, not worse, but one of the most challenging times in your life, right? So I feel like zero expectations and there's not any intentions and anything in here, which I know is a tough thing to hear, but it also, it's something. When I was reading this, if you have time to read a book while you're recovering, if you can listen to it even, The Let Them by Mel Robbins. Um, I started reading a chapter every morning. I'm trying to read every morning, make it a habit. Um, and I'm just finishing her book up. And it's the last half is all about adult relationships and changing and understanding, finding love, finding the love that is, you know, matches us. And she's some pretty honest truths in there that people will show you by their actions how they feel or non-actions. And so kind of feel like there's this energy of, yeah, letting that go and saying, you know what? Yeah, I'm ready to work on me and this, everything happens for a reason, even, getting in a bike accident and forced R&R, right? Forced separation, forced things where, you know, it's like, well, people don't let them come to me. If they wanted to be there, they wouldn't let anyone stop them from seeing you either, right? Um, so something to think about, but so I feel like that's what they have for you right now, Touch of Love. So hang in there, sending you lots of healing energy. My host just had spine surgery about 5 weeks ago or so. So she's got those bone stimulator on her spine, trying to help heal the spine up. It's amazing what they can do these days with technology. It's just crazy, crazy craziness. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. And then faith and love, you are up right at 2 hours even. Look at that. Boom. Thank you again for all of your assistance in answering people. So last week's reading said that you would be engaged to see in March or April. Any other details about the engagement and your future? All right, let's take a look here. What else can you know about the engagement? All right, and then what else about the future? Based on current energies, of course. We're talking about the future. It's always fluctuating. Wow, the engagement. Wheel of Fortune. Spin the wheel. Ask for a vowel. I like this. Of course, it's a very positive card. It is for you. Whenever we get this, of course, it tells us that everything that unfolds in life is for us. Sometimes our human goes, "How is that for me?" But when the Wheel of Fortune comes out, even our human is going, "Wow, this is for me. I feel so fortunate." So it's a beautiful, abundant feeling type of energy around the engagement. It just feels like the wheels are spinning for you, right? So I like that. Um, and then your future, well, you have the Emperor energy, this Aries energy, and there is this, you know, what does the future hold? It's like, what do you want it to hold? And there's this great reflective energy that comes in with the Emperor because the vision that spirit gives me with the with the emperor, the number 4, and then also like the king of wands too, both of those energies are so close that it's like this hall, this throne room, uh, full of all these advisors, blah blah, so noisy, everyone telling us all these different opinions of this should be and this supposed to be and need to be, and it's loud, and everybody's just trying to tell the emperor or the king everything that's supposed to happen, and then they realize, "Wait a minute, I'm the emp in empire. I'm the king in kingdom, right? Um, I'm the decision maker. Thank you, everyone, for all of your opinions. Please clear the throne room, leave your opinions on the way out in that box. Now I need silence and quiet to get out of my head of all these ideas and all these stories and expectations and blah, blah, blah." And go, what is it that I want? I'm not at the whim of the world or the creator or the universe. In these human existences, this adventure is all about what I want. And this King of Wands energy with the Emperor energy is about I get to choose what I want for my future. I put a plan together and then I put my energy into what I want, not what I don't want. And of course, that's all about gratitude. It's all about, yeah, you know, I'm I'm not trying to please everyone else in the world. I want to find out what do I want out of this relationship, out of my life. There's this great it's just a question I came across in Instagram. They were like, "What are you living for?" And it's like, am I living for them? No, I'm living for me, but what am I living for? I want love, I want this partnership, right? So I'd like to be with this person to be this be a journey mate on this, but they're not my life. They're coming along with me in my life, and I'm going along with them in their life, but my life is my own, their life is their own. And it's like, "Oh, we're becoming one." It's like, well, we're staying on the same path or staying within yelling and talking distance. But sometimes our paths, you know, go in and out and in and out. Sometimes our paths go this way, right? But um, but this is about you deciding what you want for your future too, which I love. And it's a good reminder that we don't shrink and we don't, you know, it's like I've used this with someone else where it's, you're Cleopatra, you're the ruler of Egypt, and you meet, you know, someone else that rules another country, you know, and you don't when you join an alliance with someone, you don't give them your country. Go, all right, it's yours now. Now I'm your slave. It's like, no, I keep, right? Yeah. And so you're like, I get to keep my kingdom, and then you get to keep your kingdom. We just barter and we have agreements and alliances across the border, but I still stay me, right? because you can get lost. If you become a wife and a mom, you can lose your whole identity. But it's important for you to keep your identity and not disappear your identity and become a role in people's lives, but that you stay you, and it's just you get to interact as this person. So I feel like there's this energy of, being true to who you are with that emperor going, yeah, you're not going to become a slave. You are going to share things. You're going to be a queen, not a servant, right? So I like that for you. I feel like, they're wanting you to determine what is the future you want and how do you want that to look, and, if all you are is being a wife and a mom, which is a big thing, but, if, like, that's all I'm it's like, "No, what do I wanna bring to the world, and how do I wanna bring it?" I can do this role and have these relationships as a spouse and as a mother, but it's like, what do I wanna teach my children that you disappear, right? Or do I wanna show you, do I wanna teach my children through example that you can live a dream and impact the world while doing, while having family? I feel like there's an important energy in determining what you want for your future with that emperor energy. That went deep, but that's what they have for you right now, faith and love. Wow. So that is what they have. You are very welcome. So many blessings to you. All right. Content, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And content, you want to know, when will you see David again? All right, let's take a look here with the when deck here of the learning tarot. Let's see what we got here. Based on current energies, when will you see David again? All right, this one here. Yeah, you got what says August 19th to October 4th. You got the 5 of Cups. 5 of Cups energy is a little bit of sorrow energy, which I feel like it's not going to be in the timing that you're wanting it to be with this energy here, at least based on current energies. Um, of course, because August 19th and October 4th is already past. So there is this energy that comes in here with about lack and disappointment, and it's not soon enough. And so it kind of feels like we're behind, that things need to catch up. And when we're in that energy, which is lower vibrational energy, that is the 5 cups, the sorrow, looking at the spilt cups, looking at what has not happened, look at what has spilt, what's empty, and so there's an important energy here. It's like, if I focus on what I'm grateful for about, you know, w- when's the last time I met with them? What did I love about that? And what about the time before that? What did I love and what was I grateful for about that? When I focus on what I have and what I have had, that draws in more have energy. When I'm focusing on what's not happening and what feels empty and feels like, oh, this should have happened already, that's lack, right? And then what that does is that, brings in more lack. It pushes them further away. So I feel like there's this energy here that, it can be faster and, more, of course, in the future than next year. But I feel like that the importance of the energy of the card was to feel like that I'm feeling behind. I'm feeling like something's not happening fast enough. I have these expectations, and we're living in trying just to get up back up to zero where it's meeting my expectations. But when we're focusing on this lack, we just get more of that lack. When we focus on trying to go, you know what? Instead of all of this that's not happening, I'm going to get out of that. I'm going to focus on what I do have. Then that draws more of that in. So hopefully that, you know, um, is helpful there. All right. Yeah, your son won't let him come over. All right. And then Minu, you are up. Let's grab that here. Here is your timestamp. And what comes towards me in the upcoming days? All right, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know, me new? All right, sure. Card came flying out of the deck over here. We got the Hermit card, so there's a little bit of alone time, giving you time to really connect with Spirit, get some guidance, see things from like a higher perspective. You have the Lovers card here coming too, which I feel like this is what the reflection is about here. When we get the Hermit and the Lovers together, there's this energy of gaining clarity. When we step away from things and we're able to really look at things and gain a higher perspective from Spirit. One, with a Lover's card, that's the relationship energy, which can be the relationship with Spirit, with your higher self. It's an important relationship to have. It's really the only stable relationship that we can have, because humans, we're unstable, we're temporary. Um, we go into fight or flight mode, we back away from, individuals and things as well. Um, so I I feel like you're getting this pull here to step back and go, what is it? What are my expectations? What are my what can I release regarding relationships? Can be relationships of any kind. Whatever is the most one that's on you. If it's romance, then that. If it's family, friends, or whatever your struggle with relationships is coming in, there's this step back, connect, see things from a different perspective, release the all these supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's that have like been built up over time, opinions from the outside world, and it gives you time and space to really go, what do I want? Not what everyone is telling me I'm supposed to want, all these out of fear and definition, but seeing it from that place, that higher place. And I feel like this is what's coming in here, is this a lot of clarity being shown in here, and some life-changing clarity with two major arcana, the Hermit and the Lover's card. And it's important because I feel like if you stay in the expectations with the limitations that are in there from before, that kind of blinds us, right? Because we have all this supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. We start looking at life really narrow, and then I need someone that fits in here, and Spirit's like, that person's on back order for 1,000 years. But if we release these control things that we've developed over time, then we see someone, whether it's, if you're looking for a lover, then we see that in this lifetime, not 1,000 years from now, or a family member, whatever. Things change when we start letting go of that, the need to be's and the supposed to be's. We surrender a lot of things, these rules, and then we're able to see possibility. And I feel like that's an important piece that's coming up here. Whether that is lovers, friends, business, whatever, has to do with relationship energy. So hopefully that helps me, Newt. That's what they have for you right now. All right. And then Premia, you are up. There is your timestamp. And you're planning for pregnancy. Will it happen? What's coming towards your life? All right. Of course, disclaimer in the description box, I'm not a licensed medical professional, so, tarot's for fun, it's for entertainment purposes. Always, of course, seek professional medical assistance in regards to pregnancy or anything medical. So disclaimer made. We have to do that in the United States. All right. So based on current energy, will pregnancy happen? And then what else is coming towards you in your life? You do have the 7 of Wands. 7 of Wands is a bright shininess here, and this is a positive card. It is about fire, it is about being true to your authentic self, shining bright, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not having to defend yourself, but shining bright and standing up and being you. So if you allow yourself to shine and not shrink yourself, then 7 Wands energy is possibilities, and that's a positive energy there. Um, what's coming towards you in your life? You do have the Knight of Cups and the Four of Cups. So you have romance trotting your way here with the Knight of Cups, movement of heart, and the Four of Cups, stable emotion. Um, and I like this. In fact, I feel like with those Four of Cups, you might have four children, and you might even have two sets of twins. You're like, "Oh my god." Hey, it's better to do it that way. You don't have to carry 4 children 9 months each. Usually twins come a little early, so you're gonna cut the time in half that you, are pregnant, and you'll be spending most of the time taking care of children, right? You're like, "Ah!" But I like this for you if twins run in your family, but I definitely feel like there's this movement of love, and there's this fullness here, and I love that. I like in they're all different, got 4 children, 4 different personalities. It's almost like they're 4 different astrological signs. You're like, "Oh my god, you're gonna have your hands full, but you can handle it." But I like that for you, so hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Premia. So many blessings to you. All right, and then Marissa Smith, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And I do put all timestamps on the end, just in case everyone's wondering. If you haven't um, gotten into the giveaway, be sure to check that out in the description box of the video. I have a full moon giveaway. After this session, I will also be giving away a 15-minute personal recorded reading for those who donated, and then well, a drawing for one person, not everyone, and then a drawing from the free readings too. So um, be sure to check the pinned comment out. I will also post it on social media. All right. So when will you be in a committed relationship? All right. Well, that's why only one card came out. They wanted a when card for you. So based on current energies, thank you. Boom, boom. You do have the Tower. You got March 21st till April 20th. And there is this suddenness that comes in with the Tower card. Know that whoever was removed out of your life before, that people are removed out of our life and brought into our life on purpose for us, always for a reason. When people are moved out, it's to create a space for something that's more in alignment with our energy and where we're wanting to go, something that matches that up instead of, you know, I was gonna say diminishing, but like lowering our energy to try to make it match someone else. It's like, no, the universe will move things out of our way for us with our higher self's permission to bring in something that's more in alignment with what we're truly wanting, right? You do have the Eight of Swords. Yeah, this period between now and then is a period of letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore. Those that would have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, these restrictive thoughts about who someone is supposed to be in a relationship and what they're supposed to bring into it and how a relationship is supposed to start and how it's supposed to progress and how it's supposed to end up and what is it supposed to bring me and who am I supposed to be in the relationship? It's exhausting, right? It's like a cage. It's all these swords, right? But as we're getting rid of these thoughts and beliefs and we're freeing ourselves, lowering our expectations, then that's what brings in more of a fulfilling, full relationship. Because when we're focusing in on all these expectations, all these rules that we're given growing up, we focus on all the stuff that's not happening in it, which just sucks the life out of it. Instead of focus on what we're grateful for with someone, then we get more abundance and we feel like we're growing instead of shrinking and being constricted. So I feel like the time between now and then is a time to let go of more mindsets and thoughts and beliefs that don't serve anymore, to free up um, ourselves first. And then it allows us to have this free, full growing relationship instead of a shrinking, restrictive, feeling like we're imprisoned energy. So hopefully that helps, Marissa. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Right. Cat Mia, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. And then why did KP turn around and come towards my side, returning? What was his intention? All right, let's take a look here. Why did KP turn around and come towards your side? What was the intentions? Okay, this one here. So why did they turn around? Well, we got the Eight of Cups energy here. Interesting energy there, because the Eight of Cups is about walking away from emotions and people that don't service anymore. So it's almost like they went to go by your side. It's almost like they were avoiding someone else and they didn't want to go that way. And it feels like it felt better to return to be by you rather than be over there where that person is or those people are. Let's see what their intentions were here. Yeah, balance of the outside world. um, so it doesn't feel like they were moving over there to like make the moves on you or something along those lines. It was more to feel peace in the outside world and to go, "Rut, rut, I'm gonna go over here. That's uncomfortable over there. This feels peaceful over here," which speaks highly of your energy and of what's going on. It just feels more balanced. But um, I don't feel like there was intentions um specifically towards you. It was more about getting away from other people, if that makes sense. So hopefully that resonates. But I don't feel with that Two of Pentacles, that's the kind of energy, that is in there. So um hopefully that helps there. Sorry, my mom is messaging me. It's popping over here on the right hand side. I think she forgets that I'm live right now. Mom, I love you. She's not watching. Mom, if you're watching, yeah, she knew, but she doesn't realize it's popping up on my computer. That's funny. Mom, all right. So many blessings, Maria P. You are up. Look, 22222. Look at that. Don't see that very often. Thank you for your multiple donations earlier, Maria, and a general for you and Wally. Let's see, what do they want you to know here? Feel like we want that one and that one here. Well, your first card is the Fool card. This is a good reminder. We probably have talked about it already, but it is an energy of, look at it as an adventure, not all the expectations. Look at your relationship as possibilities instead of have tos and must, right? Because we get into those expectations of it's supposed to be this and then this and this, and they should be doing this and this and this, and it should be done by this time. And look, it's been this long. By now, this should have happened. They should have done this. We get into all that. It feels heavy. It feels low. It doesn't feel warm. It feels cold when we look at a new beginning full of possibilities and grateful for all the experiences we are having, then it's even a better time. It grows, we draw in more, our energy naturally grows that. So it's an important energy coming in. You got the Emperor and the Tower. Yeah. And I feel like this is, you know, um, this is the energy of what's not happening, right? Ugh, why haven't you left that tower yet? Urgh. It's like almost like pouting, right? And that's what happens. We get into that, this kind of face instead, and this tower, energy. I feel like that's the combination of those is what you're wanting, right? And if you let go of the expectations, the more you try to push in with them to do things, the more they resist, right? The more we push, the more people resist. The more we pull, the more people pull back. When we walk with someone in gratitude and celebration, then we go places. When we don't, it works against it. In fact, the podcast today, Changing People, that I just put out today from the Easier Path, um, that talks about a lot of this stuff. It'd be a good In fact, any of the podcast deals with the fear of cheating and conflict between people. It really gives some good perspectives that spirit brings through for us on how we can make our relationships and our path easier instead of harder. So, highly recommend it. The playlist is down in the description box of the video, but I feel like that's the important thing to realize right now. Uh, we haven't talked about expectations in a couple readings. It was due, right, Maria? All right. So that is what they have there for you. So many blessings to you. Let's see. I think someone came in here. Hey, Tan, welcome, welcome. Let me grab we'll add you onto the list here, just so everyone knows where we're at. Up next, so we've got Livier, Egyptian, Hot Hot Sun, MM. We got Ritz, and then Lynn, and then Maria Celentine, and then Tan. You'll be up after that. So that's where we're at. I don't think I had any donations come in. So, all right. So, Olivier Vagara, you are up at 226 even. All right. You want to know, what do your guides want to tell you? All right. So, what do they want you to know today? All right. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, all right. Lover's card came flying out face up over here. Let's see what we got coming in. It's about relationships and Hierophant energy. You got this, both the Hierophant and the Lover's card, two major arcana, and it's an interesting energy. The Hierophant is a teacher student energy. There's an old song about hot for teacher. Uh-oh, are you gonna be falling for a professor of some sort? But there is this growth energy that comes in with the Hierophant to the number 5, number of change, that progresses to the number 6, the Lover's card. But it's about seeing things from a higher perspective, this clarity that's coming in around relationship. And I feel like a lot of what is going on, I mean, just from so many different directions, you're learning so much about love, like with romantic love. You're learning so much about familial, friends, working, relationship to government and states and the world and spirit. I mean, all of this energy of relationship is very spotlighted for you. But it's all this growth. It's all about this seeing things and the changes that you've gone over in just a year. If you look back and go, holy moly, look at how much you've been able to see in these mirrors of individuals about what's bubbling up within yourself that to transform that you want to, um, but also about how you interact with other people as well. And you're understanding people more and understanding more and more and more from where they're coming from. Again, this relationship energy we're just talking about with Maria. So, if you haven't checked out the free podcast that I put out, there's a lot of great information about revelations. The next podcast that'll be coming out is going to be about searching for love, like romantic love, um, because they've already given me the topic. So we're going to be looking at that in a couple weeks too. But all this information helps build upon everything you've been learning, everything in the podcast has been doing this. It's all about progression and growth, is what they're showing me. This number 5, growth, growth, growth. And understanding that humans, we grow through conflict, we grow through growing pains, and that we don't change things until stuff comes in to rattle our lives. And I feel like that's an important thing to know, is that, you know, the instability, in fact, I was reading that today, the instability of this realm is what draws us here. It's what freaks out our inner child, but the instability, it's like trying to control the the sun. It's trying to control the weather. It's like you can't, and we feel like we must have sunny skies all the time, then we're gonna feel miserable on those days when there's storms and fog and overcast and this and that, we're always going to be trying to control the clouds and wishing it would be different instead of releasing and letting go of trying to control the skies, control other people. Realize I just get to decide. The weather's going to be the weather, but I get to decide what I do with it. Am I gonna have an umbrella? Am I gonna dress up or dress cooler or stay inside and not go out? Or, what am I gonna do? I get to decide what I do with all the weather out there. But the weather doesn't have to control me and my emotions unless I get irritated and disappointed that the weather isn't doing what I want it to, right? So it's a great thing. It's actually from Mel Robbins' book. The Let Them. It's the last chapter I was just reading, and I love it. It's a great book. If anyone, I can't say enough. In fact, I rant in a wonderful way about it in the podcast from today. So I'll stop. But that's what they want you to know right now, Olivier. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. Right. Egyptian famous, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Will you and Yeshua get back together in the future? All right, let's see here. Based on current energies, will there be a reunion? All right, let's take a look here. I don't, right now, it doesn't feel like it because you've got the Nine of Wands, which is kind of like this fence that's blocking it here, right? And you got the Three of Cups, which is like third party kind of situation here, right? And so I feel like what this block that's here, it just feels like one, this combination is a block from spirit going, no, this isn't, you've learned what you needed to learn from them. At least you've had the experiences that you can learn from. Now there's this block to give you the time to go, what have I learned about myself? What did I see in this reflection of this mirror? What did I want to know and see about myself? Because if you don't, then you'll just end up with someone like them that you learn the same thing over again and over again. Trust me, I know. I had the same type of relationship several times, and I'm like, why do I keep choosing the same person and in someone else's body? Oh, because my teachers were showing me what I wanted to see about myself until I saw it, and then, ta-da, then it changes, right? But I do feel like there is this third party kind of energy, meaning they're drawn to someone else. And that's okay. That's teaching us, do I have a fear of being cheated on? Do I have a fear of not being chosen? These are the things I learned through my relationships to be freed from. But I wouldn't have even know they were running down there till I had those experiences. So it is unfolding for you. I don't feel like there will be, a back together in the future here, but it is for you that you're not. Um, because there's going to be someone else that's more in alignment with your energy. But the important thing is to learn through this. Otherwise, you'll just go on another merry-go-round, end up with someone else that's similar to them and learn the same lessons. Because if we're doing the same thing, we're going to get the same result, right? But if we learn and grow, then we draw in a different experience. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Egyptian famous. So many blessings to you. All right. Hot, hot sun, you are up. We almost had 23333, but we're 23336. So here you go. What are D's feelings, intentions, and next actions towards you in the bottom of the deck? All right, let's take a look here. What's going on here? Current energies, D's feelings. Okay, thank you. And then intentions. Oh, we got three cards. So intentions and next actions are together. And then the bottom of the deck. Well, the bottom of the deck, you got the Ace of Wands. A little bit of inspiration, passion, ignition energy. We'll see what this is about. What are their current feelings towards you, right? Yep. I got this Six of Wands. So there is this, well, that makes sense with the Wands energy, a little fire, a little attraction, spark energy. Six of Wands is this equal energetic and physical energy that's coming in here. So again, it's fire, passion energy, not emotion energy, but that energetic, like I said, and physical, passionate attraction energy that's going on right now. And so their feelings are not that of emotion, they're of motion, of action, of activity. What are, at least that's, you know, that's their feelings. What are their intentions and their next actions? Yeah. We've got the Sun card, which is a lot of fire, 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 and the Tower card, which, the Tower card is about what's lightning. It has lightning, which is more fire, striking, and then withdrawing, you know, and it feels like all this fire energy, all this, it feels very like, and I think we've probably talked about this with them before, that I don't know how to express my emotion, so I express my passion. But when it's not enough for someone, then I withdraw. And that's like it's almost like I don't know. I see like this lizard and it's like you know, it's like it goes out and grabs something and then it's back in. And you're just like, what? And that's the kind of thing. It's like I'm there, passion, passion, and then I'm withdrawn again. And that's because this fear of rejection, the tower too, is bringing this energy in of this fear of rejection, this fear of you suddenly leaving. And they have something to do with all this. And it makes sense that, like, when they were younger, they didn't get a lot of emotional support and emotional intelligence and growth and guidance. They got passion, action. This is how you do this. And so if you do well, you get rewarded, but there wasn't like emotional reward and there wasn't emotional, like it wasn't a safe arena to grow emotionally. So they never learned that. And I feel like possibly a parent or someone very important suddenly left when they were younger, and they've had several situations, I feel, where people suddenly left their life either through death, through moving away, or through rejection, that just kind of rippled out that original feeling, and so they've never really dealt with that, and so that's kind of where they're running their life from, which it's not a successful way for a relationship, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. That's your perception of it all, though. Have you, like, interacted with them and their parents? And maybe they do now, but that little inner child that's running things, that's the important thing, um, because, I know, like, for me now, I have a relationship with my parents, but my little inner child felt very abandoned and when it was younger. And so when you go into that inner child energy, totally different than the current the current human relationship. It's like that inner child is like scared and freaking out, kind of energy. Yeah. All right. So that is what they have for you, hot sun. I can only share from spirit's perspective for you. Um, but but that's the energy that's coming up. Right. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Sudeshna, welcome, welcome. All right. MM, you are up next. Here is your timestamp. You're very welcome, hot sun. All right. So, will your cell phone be able to be repaired? Will you be able to recover your data? All right. Let's see here. Based on current energies, it's a lot of cards there. We'll take a look here. So, will your cell phone be able to be repaired first? All right. And then, will you be able to recover your data? All right. So we do have here Page of Wands energy, um, in it being repaired. And the Page of Wands energy, it's a good energy. It's a positive newness energy, moving forward kind of energy. Um, and so I feel like it's action activity. Um, Also, if you're focusing on fear of, oh God, my cell phone's not going to be able to be repaired, or I need it to, that energy it pushes repair further away. Something to be aware of with our energy is if I focus on, all right, I surrender to you, Creator. I'm going to be fine either way. We're going to get through it. But I'm grateful to you for what I do have. When we focus on higher vibration, that brings in things that match that higher vibration, which is good stuff. But if we focus our energy on the lower, then that makes it harder. So we can help the universe by trying to sincerely step into gratitude, higher vibrational, unconditional love, and joy, and laughter, and peace, and that instead of the fears. We can help that. Will you be able to recover your data based on current energy? Yep. We have the moon card. This is the hidden being revealed. So I do feel like here that this feels positive with this energy. Just being aware of the energy that you have in it. It's because if I focus in on the fears, then I'm inviting those experiences instead of focusing in on, you know, the uh, the other. So hopefully that helps. But it looks good. Just adjust the energy a little bit, and that can help the universe help you. All right. So many blessings to you. Hey, Sudeshna, thank you so much for your dual donations. I've got one, two, three, I've got four more free readings. I'm going to finish those up first, and then I will go to your donations if that is good for you. All right. So, Ritz, you are up at 242 even. So you want to confirm your twin flame journey. Uh, what should you do? Am I divine feminine? All right, let's take a look here. So let's take a look here. So, what do they want you to know about twin flame journey? And then, are you divine feminine? Sorry, let me just back out of this thing, flash onto my computer over here. There we go. All right. So let's take a look here. So we'll ask you first, are you divine feminine? You've got this death and rebirth card here, which is telling me it's an interesting energy because this is like almost getting like past life energies. You are divine feminine and divine masculine. We all are actually in one. We all have divine masculine. We all have divine feminine within us. So in this death and rebirth, it's like we've got so many incarnations and so many expressions as male and female and everything in between across so many. But as a being, we're an embodiment of all of divine masculine and divine feminine. So it's a good clarification. Confirming your twin flame journey, you do have the magician, which is at first, it would be you think, "Oh, magician has a magic wand. Isn't that fire? Is that magic?" But the magician is actually air energy, I believe. Let me double check something really quick here because I feel isn't the magician Mercury? I'm just gonna double check here. Um, my mind went blank suddenly. Yeah, Mercury air energy. Emphasis on Gemini and Virgo. Big thinking energy. So, you know, with the magician energy coming in here, we don't have twin flames every lifetime, that we come in here, right? Yeah. Um and um but it's not like a twin flame is an energy where you guys can't get away from each other. So if they feel the same way and there's this draw, it's like you're drawn, and it's such a strong draw that there's so much passion and so much that, but there's also a great amount of like a magnifying glass of, doing this, um, doing the work. It's like taking double the amount of college credits. It's not something that we're like every lifetime we're like, "Oh, I want a twin flame." It's like, there's a great amount of extremities, right? Deep, 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 deep relationship, but also deep, deep, deep energy and internal work too. And we're like, I want to enjoy my lifetime. So it feels more like that this is part of your more of a stepping stone, more of a growth energy than it is like this, you know, twin flame energy. And you can have past life connections with them, with the death card coming in here, because that is like and that can be the draw that we feel with other people too. So, you know, when we're looking at, I can't get them out of my mind. I'm so drawn to them. It's like, what am I seeing in this mirror? Because so much of our growth has to do with, if I need them, it's really this mirror reflection of I need myself, because no one in the outside world can give us what we're looking for, because we find that on the inside. They can just be a mirror for us, showing us what we want to learn about ourselves. So, Spirit is recommending here, wherever you focus your energy is what grows and expands with the magician, right? And if I can't get them out of my mind, that means I'm focusing so much on it, I keep growing it more and more, because whatever you focus your energy on is what does grow and expand. So if you start focusing on your inward journey and doing other things, then you will see that change too, because the more you focus on that and the lack and the need and the want grow. But if you focus on what you're grateful for, about who you are, what you have in your life right now, and then that grows and that will replace that energy. So hopefully that makes sense. But I feel like that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. And there's no shoulds with spirit either. There's no wrong choice or right choices, just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. So from spirit, they're like, well, this is what you could do if you want. Yeah. All right. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Lynn. You are up next here. All right. And here is your timestamp here. So, should you start looking for another place to live? If so, a timeline would be good, right? Stay in California or Oregon or Washington? Will I get my teeth before I do? All right, let's take a look here. So, yeah, free readings are like two cards. Let me try to get this into that here. Um, we'll do one card each: California, Oregon, and Washington, and we'll see what comes through with each of these, the energies. So here's Cali, here's Oregon, and Washington. All right, so they did give it to you as well. So let's take a look here. So California, you've got the Page of Wands, which is like an ignited energy. All of these, I mean, you've got Oregon is the Ace of Pentacles. And then Washington, you have the Lovers card. So it's a different energy. California feels very action, go, 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 go energy, very fast pace, a lot of energy being invested there. And it's funny, Oregon feels very calmer. It feels more new opportunity kind of energy. Where Washington feels like an energy of more of a lot of relationships, a lot of people kind of energy. So you might know people in Washington. it feels very, like, social, lot of interactions with a lot of different people in Washington, but Oregon does feel a bit more like new opportunities, meeting new people, kind of getting, and knowing Oregon, it is more country energy. Washington's beautiful, as well, and depending in California, Northern California is very much like, of course, Oregon and Washington. But, it just feels like that's the kind of energy that comes with each. So there's no right choice, no wrong choice when it comes to those. Um, but I feel like there's not anything fated. They're giving you these all 3 feel like there's no warnings. It's just, "This is the energy for here, here, and here. What do you want?" Because from spirit, there is no supposed to and should and need to and have to and must kind of energy. Um, so it's like, "What do you want?" And there's not anything fated, or they would be like, "Ixnay, ixnay, yes, go here," kind of energy. So, I feel like if you're choosing between the 3, it's like you get to decide which one that you're looking at there. So I feel like that's what we'll cover in this one. I do 1 free reading per session, and I feel like there was 3 things to ask there, and so I felt like this is the one we'll cover here, but I'll be back tomorrow, or if you wanna make a donation, I can dive deeper into those too. But o otherwise, I'll be back, 4 more times this weekend if you wanna do the, um, timeline and, like, the teeth, um, in here. I don't feel like there's a like I said, should you start looking there, like, if you don't like where you're living now and this energy is drawing you, then but I don't feel like there's a get out, run for your life energy. There's a does any of this interest you in these places here, right? Because I don't feel like location impacts your journey in this lifetime. Um, there's not like a fated supposed to be, because there is really no supposed to be, but sometimes we have faded. Like if you wanted to experience something, you would go somewhere. But I feel like that's what they're wanting you to know right now. So hopefully that helps, Lynn. And we can cover those others in another reading if you'd like. All right. So Maria Selentine, you are up. Here is your timestamp. Will Philippe meet someone else in April and March of 2026? Um, and I want to make sure you've got your other. If you asked that, I think something similar a couple times. Um, and I did finish those. So if you're if you haven't seen those uh, and you haven't found them, let me know and I can track them down for you. I feel like the other ones were yes that we got before. So we'll double check here and see if those, from what I'm getting from them, the other readings we did were yes before. But we'll see here. Will they meet someone else in? Yeah, because we did like April and March, right? That's coming in here. Yeah, we've got the 7 of Wands, and I feel like this is what we kind of got, that they're bringing it back here. I do so many readings. When they bring it back, I know it's from them, because the 7 of Wands is an energy of passion, of being true to myself, so I feel like March is like, I'm being true to me, and I'm shining bright, I'm standing out, I'm being seen. 7 of Wands is a more passion kind of energy, it feels like. And it's actually reversed. And it's funny because you have April and March, and I think this is April and March, um, because March is the 6 of Pentacles, which is giving and receiving. Like, I feel like they try to have, like, relationships in March, but April is when they go into this, "I'm gonna be seen, I just want passion," because it doesn't work out. Relationships don't feel like they work out in March. Like, they're trying to date, they're trying to, like, develop a relationship with someone, and it keeps on and they're just like they're like, "You know what? I'm just going to have passion. I'm just gonna meet people and not look for a relationship in April." So I feel like they try to meet someone in March, but relationships don't go out so well, like romantic, emotional relationship, and they just end up reverting to just passion and sex, basically, in April. So I feel like that's the energy that we had gotten before. It feels like that. So I know, which is important for you to know, why are you looking for someone that, you know, isn't there's this we'll probably talk about this the next couple weeks from this book, The Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins. The one thing is like, are we chasing love or are we choosing love? Chasing love is trying to get someone to come to us and to come back to us and trying to get things, but if they're not doing coming towards us, then we're gonna choose the love that's right for us, not try to chase it, to try to get it. It's about find the love that is right for us will be a love that comes to us and stays with us, not that leaves us, right? And that's an important thing. We'll talk more about it here in the upcoming weeks too. So hopefully that'll help us all because I know we've all been through that. All right. So, Tan Hopkin, you are up next. And this will be my last free reading, and then I'll finish up the two donations from Sudeshna. So, 10, there's your timestamp. Hiya, what's in store for you the new month? I know. Can you believe it's almost October? I mean, December. I'm going backwards. I can't believe it's December. You go, Brett, Zen, if you think it's crazy that it's October, you're going to be even more freaked out that it's actually December. All right, let's see here. What's coming in here for the new month? Wow, you got the Strength card and the High Priestess. You got two major arcana coming in here. So the High Priestess is a little bit of time kind of stepping away. She goes into her High Priestess temple up in the mountains to look down, to try to see things from a different perspective, to gain some insights, to reveal some hidden things, communicate with the spirit world, look behind the veil, dive deep into the emotions. And the Strength card, Leo energy, is also about connecting with like your higher self and finding your inner strength. So I feel a little bit, at least, this is one piece of it. It's not going to be your all of your month, but a nugget of it is that you kind of step back to find your inner strength, to step into your power, to find your almost your worth in a sense here, and that allows you to then come down out of the temple, um and then it's like you're a transformed person in a way. This number 8, the number of transformation and flow and movement too. It's like you come out connected more deeply to like your higher self and to the spirit world in a way too. The high priest is very spiritual energy, but it's this sense of yourself changes and you kind of come out of December as like a new, like a caterpillar coming through as a butterfly, and it just is a um there's something that transforms. You got two major arcana with the high priestess and the Leo energy, which does bring in this, it's like a significant change, a significant alteration of things. It's not just a little tweak. It's like a significant different side of you, right? Caterpillar to a butterfly, it's pretty significant. It's not instead of a green caterpillar, I'm a yellow caterpillar. It's like, no, you're a butterfly with colorful wings. So I feel like December is going to have some, a little bit of growing pains, but it's worth it when you come out the other side of it, because butterflies, they don't have to eat leaves anymore, they seek blossoms. They also have the ability to fly and migrate thousands of miles, where so you're going to be able to go places you never would have been able to go before, because caterpillars, they can't cross a little stream, much less a raging river. The butterfly goes, oh look, that was a raging river I just came over. No biggie. Things will feel that's that strength, right? Things will feel less tough, less challenging. I feel like after the end of December, you're just going to have a newfound strength. So I like that for you. And that's what they have for you. So many blessings. All right. So thank you guys for your patience in getting to all your readings. That's all the free readings, the donations, and don't forget after this, I do have two from Sudeshna and Patty. Hey, Patty. So I will complete those donations too right now. But after I'm done, I will be picking a winner from the donations for a 15-minute personal recorded reading and from the free readings for a 15-minute personal recorded reading. I'll post the winners on the pinned comment when I post it at the end. And then also I'll be posting on my social media, my Instagram, what is my on? Facebook, Threads, which is Instagram, and then on the community area on YouTube as well. So I'll have all that. And so exciting as well. And then also, if you haven't got into the giveaway that I have every new moon and full moon, here is the link for that. I do give away a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love. So I'm going to do that every new moon and full moon for the rest of the year. So you can check that out. I also have all of my personal readings and Hedge of Peace on sale throughout the end of the year if you're interested. And I also have a new podcast episode that came out today. I have a podcast called The Easier Path. And today's was about changing people or lack thereof. But the playlist for the entire series is also in the description box of the video. So just in case everyone's going to be headed out here. And thanks for all the thumbs up too. Just help spread the Zen love, and I'm very grateful for all of you that do that, showing me a little love into the channel. You are part of the love tsunami, which helps spread that Zen love throughout the world. So I appreciate that. So many blessings. All right. So thank you guys. I'm just going to, there we go. All right. So let me take a sip here. I haven't been drinking. Oh my gosh, 3 hours. Let me take a sip here. All right. So let us dive in. Sudeshna, this is for your first one. Of course, we'll give you a second timestamp for your second one here in a moment, but let's give your first one a love and a like. So like the current feelings, thoughts, and next actions of Mr. T towards you. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see what's going on in the world of Mr. T. So current feelings, their thoughts, and their next actions. All right. So I want some underlying energy under these here. Just this one. I feel like I want that one too. All right, let's see what we got here. Yep. So the bottom of the deck, their overall energy is Leo energy. Look at me energy. That's the lower vibrational expression of Leo. Higher vibration is like, follow me, I'm a leader. This is look at me energy right now. Fire, passion, kind of energy. It's not emotional energy, it's, energetic expression, right? For feelings up first, yeah, Ace of Wands. So, Ace of Wands again, fire energy, attraction energy, not I'm in love with you energy. It's I'm attracted to you, energetically and physically, but it's not in a heart center, it's a energetic thing instead. Underneath that, we do have the Seven of Wands. Look at me energy. It is like sun energy, like the Leo Leo who is ruled by the sun. But this is very much that same energy. It's the Seven of Wands is someone standing up on a hill going, "Look at me, everybody. I want attention. I want people to pay attention to me." And so, this is the energy more of I'm not looking for something just from you. I'm looking at attention from everyone. And not like in like an intimate way, but I want attention from a lot of different sources, from a lot of different people in a lot of different ways. That energy is more that than it is zeroed directly in on you. This is important to know, right? Thoughts. What are their thoughts towards you here? We got the Four of Pentacles, which is more of this looking for a solid foundation in the outside world energy. The Four of Pentacles is this trying to define myself by the outside world energy. Let's see the underlying energy. We got the moon below the surface here. There's a lot of hidden energy with the moon below the surface. Um, but I feel like they're so built in building the outside world, building the foundation of things in the outside world. Their mind is really focused in on trying to define themselves by relationships of all kinds, job and education and abundance, money, possessions, body, and trying to define themselves like we're all taught to do by the outside world. I feel like a lot of their mind is focused on doing that. And again, I just feel like the confusion of what needs to happen in life. And I'm being told that the outside world defines me. So you need to do all these things in order to be successful. And so they're really just feel like there's a lot of pressure on you need to be a success. This is what you have to do and achieve. And, you need to have this kind of money, this kind of possessions, this kind of body, this kind of job, this kind of education, da da da, social status, and then these type of friendships and relationships. And here is what your partner will look like. I feel like that's very strict as far as this is the way it has to be kind of energy. And I feel like that's what their mind is focused on is building this thing, not so much on I just feel like it's like I think we might have talked about this before, like the way they're brought up and parented is this has to happen, this has to happen, this has to happen, and then we will arrange marriage, kind of thing. And so I feel like he's just kind of getting to know people and interacting with people, knowing that none of this is gonna matter because it's gonna be chosen for them kind of energy, if that makes sense. What are their next intentions? We got the Nine of Swords, which is fears, nightmare and insomnia energy, and we have the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, and this intention is around their fears of not doing the things that are supposed to bring them this fortune, supposed to bring them this fulfillment here. Below the surface, we've got the Eight of Pentacles, which is doing the work to get the reward. And the Three of Wands, is a change of direction, going a different route, is what their intentions are. And that makes sense with what we were talking about before, is that, this is all about I'm gonna do the work and get the reward, and then I'm gonna go in the direction that I'm gonna end up going. But right now, it's more explorative, and um, but they have such a strong, this Nine of Swords is about the long list of expectations that I have to live up to, and I fear I will disappoint. And so I do feel like they are, in order to feel fulfilled, they are trying to really achieve a lot of that with based on their parents' wishes, right? So that is the big energy there. Yeah, we'll use this for your first one. We'll use this Fairy Wisdom Oracle, and then for the second one, it's a shorter one here. But I feel like they do want to bring in this one for this one here. Oh, there we go. So your fortune cookie for this one is Birth of Magic. Number 4. Another 4 energy of us trying to find a solid foundation energy, right? So let's see here. What is this Birth of Magic? Yeah, so this is called Innocence. And it says, here lies a message to open up your heart and find that small child within you. That childlike joy, trust, and awe often gets stifled as we grow to adulthood. Remember to see the magic through the child's eyes and mind. Recall the spirit of the fairy child within, who laughs and sings with abandon. Bring that essence into your daily life by rejoicing in nature. See beyond the adult mind, that's the one that's so serious, and into the reality of the elemental world around you. Ask for the help of the elementals in connecting with the magic within and bringing it out into all that you do. As humans, we tend to get hung up on our duties, our accomplishments, what we have and what we don't have. We take life way too seriously. And if you have small children in your life, watch them and see how they respond to the world around them. They come from pure emotion and pure joy. Their excitement in even the smallest things is essentially their spirit rejoicing at just being. The sound of a tiny chime sends them into peals of laughter. A multicolored strand of lights is enchanting and awe inspiring to them. The taste of a new food brings a look for incredulousness to their faces. They absorb everything completely. They are not halted by fears of or what ifs. They live to explore and to learn and to rejoice. They live in the now. Everything is a miracle to them, as it actually is to us if you would just realize it. Practice seeing your world through the eyes of a child, unfiltered and open to what life has to offer. If you chose this card, or it chose you in this case, it is possible that a small child is coming into your life. Uh oh. Probably not through pregnancy. Or you may be working with a small child or your own small child within. It says skip instead of walking today. So choose to focus on joy and laughter and not the what's not happening and the lower vibration, right? So let me just click out of that. There we go. All right. So that is what they have for your fortune cookie for number 1. And then let me get this set up here for your second one here. And then for number 2, grab your timestamp here. So here is for your 2. And we'll give that a love and a like. All right. Whoops. We'll try that again. And a like. There we go. So, are they bothered by the fight between us? Okay. Will he try to resolve things or contact you? If yes, when? Or will the no contact thing continue? Okay. Well, yeah. So that makes sense. The previous reading that we did, especially if there's that passion, that one's energy can also be in a fire energy, but um, I know that they don't like being at odds with people. But let's take a look here. So, are they bothered by the fight between? Oh, I just answered that, but we'll verify. Are they bothered by the fight between us? Okay. Will he try to resolve things or contact you? Okay. Um, and if yes, when, or will the no contact thing? So we'll take a look here. All right. So, are they bothered by it? We have the Knight of Wands, and that's that fire energy I was just talking about, right? Which is fastest moving knight, and sparking energy, quick temper, kind of energy, right? The out of nowhere. And so I do feel like they're bothered by it because they know they don't like it when they get riled up and that they express themselves, and then they're like, it bothers them that they're at odds with anyone. It's not specific just to you, but it's this, they don't like being at odds with anyone. They try to make it, and they've had conflicts in the past because they do have that fiery kind of quick to energy. That's there, right? Um See, will they try to resolve things or contact you? They're kind of in this back and forth with the Two of Wands. Here's that energy again. This, you know, I am going to reach out to him. No, I'm not. Yes, I'm going to do it. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. No, goes back and forth. Um, the energy of right now is ending and walking away with the Death card. Eight of Cups is leaving behind relationships and emotions that don't serve anymore, and the Death card is ending energy. So right now, the energy that they're in, because it's this way, is no, I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna walk away. But then they'll think, you know, 10 minutes, 10 hours, 10 days from now, they'll be like, no, I want to resolve this. Lit, because it goes back and forth, right? So, and they've done that before, right? Where they blow up and there's a fight and they go away, but then they come back. But I feel like this time it's going to take longer. And we had the King of Swords on the bottom too, which is an energy of communication, trying to figure out what needs to be said, or that type of thing too. But it just feels like at this point they're kind of opting to just, I'm just going to walk away. But like I said, it could change back. It just feels like they're going back and forth on it. But at this moment, when we take a screenshot, it's over here. But like I said, 10 minutes later, it could be back over here because they do not like being at odds with people. Yeah. And the fortune cookie is the sacred spark here, which says, ignite the sacred spark within, connecting with the divine flame that fuels your spiritual journey. Yeah, that flame energy, right? Well, we just contrast that when someone, and we get the Tower card a lot for him. It's someone gets moved out of our life for us to show us what we want to see about ourselves, to make space for something that's more in alignment with ourselves too, right? So hopefully that helps. It's like, no, because it didn't, yes or no, but right now it's a no, but there's still that going back and forth. But it just brings up a good reflective energy, right, Sudeshna? I mean, when we look at what do we allow people, how do we allow people to treat us, is a reflection of how we treat ourselves. And, you know, that's just a good question to go, am I being kind to myself when I allow people to be unkind to me? And boundaries are important, right? But um, yeah, and you might even check out the newest podcast that I just put out too. It's the Changing People and one. There's some good tools and awareness is actually in all of these um, first 5 adventures. They've given us a lot of tools on transformation and making our path an easier path. So hopefully that helps, but that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donations. I greatly appreciate that. All right, well, Patty will be up next. And hey, June, welcome, welcome. You'll be up after Patty. All right, Patty, thank you so much for your donation. Here is your timestamp. Let's give your donation. Oh, come on, there it goes. A love and a like. Click, click, click. How are things looking for you in the area of financing and moving forwards? Any breakthroughs coming up ahead? All right, let's take a look. Just going to take another sip here of my cold coffee. I have on my list for my Black Friday deals tomorrow to look for a little, a little coffee mug warmer. You sit it on there and it heats it up and it keeps it all warm so that I can have hot coffee and tea throughout. I know. Such a hard problems we have, right? All right. So, how are things looking for you in the areas of finances based on current energies? We'll look at those. And then moving forward, okay, don't kind of want those there. And then any breakthroughs coming up ahead. All right. So, what we got going on here? You do have the bottom of the deck overall is the 6 of Pentacles coming in here. Good morning from the other side of the planet. Hope you're doing well. It's only 9:20 p.m. here in where I'm at. Um, but the 6 of Pentacles is an energy of looking at, you know, the kind of the rate of exchange. What do I feel I need to do in order to receive? Do I have a belief that I have to work hard to receive? A great affirmation is abundance and money and things, whatever we're looking for, come to me easily and effortlessly. That's what I deserve. But it's really getting into communication with our inner child and going, what is your definition of this? Because they're the ones that hold the force field that keep things away because it's the deservedness comes from them. They have this force field that block the gates that things can be trying to come in, but they're like, nope, nope, we don't deserve that yet. So if we can communicate with our inner children, both our emotional and our mental, even our physical inner child, it's emotional is 7 years old and younger, mental is 7 to 14, body is 14 to 21, 7 year ish. Um, They all have beliefs that they develop, but it started with the emotional inner child. That's the one that handles those, force fields, and so there is something to look at that, to understand who is it that when I was younger, I felt I gave so much to and got so little from? Some forgiveness, some release is good for us to be able to, release that energy and release that's what made it so out of balance, but that allows us to bring it down to one instead of, "I feel I have to give 1,000 coins to get one back," kind of energy, right? So that's the underlying energy. Let's look at here. How are finances looking going forward? You got the King of Swords. So it is about some changing of some mindsets coming in here, some thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that were created around from the inner child, the emotional inner child, of a belief of things, right? That was reinforced when our little emotional inner child doesn't want to feel a certain way, then it creates this, you know, um, creates this rules and protection so that it doesn't happen again. But um, that can be overcome with this King of Swords, but it is about the changing of mindsets. It's about seeing things from a higher perspective. You're being gifted this Ace of Swords here, which helps see things from that higher perspective, but it helps us kind of clear away some old mindsets, some old thinking. Below the surface, we got the Nine of Wands. There's that blocking and the Page of Wands. I love this. Look at the little inner child. The Nine of Wands is the block, and then here's the opening of the gates. So this is that confirmation of that. It's the inner children, um, more so that emotional inner child. It's like, who is it? Is it dad? I think it's dad, right? Could be other people too, grandparents or mom or siblings or cousins or aunts and uncles, whoever felt like they were in a position of authority and very important to us growing up, and we felt like it gave so much and got back, right? From our inner child standpoint, it thinks that 1,000 to 1 is fair, but it's really not, right? So, we do have that there. So I feel like that will help things move forward. And moving forward, yeah, you have the Hierophant. They're major arcana number 5 of change. This is about seeing things from a higher perspective. And once we do that, again, with that King of Swords, seeing things from a higher perspective, 5, the Hierophant, seeing things from a higher perspective, yeah, we release. Here's the 8 of Swords. Yeah. Letting go of mindsets that no longer serve. Those that felt blinding and binding, restrictive and small, made us feel powerless. There's some mindsets that definitely can be released here that help things move forward. Yeah. And here's the 6 of Swords, too. Letting old ways of thinking go, moving to new ways of thinking take you from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I like this. The 6 and the 8 of Swords is about flow and movement. And you even have the Empress, which takes you to abundance and harvest. So it is the mindsets, it is the thinking that are rooted in emotion that are keeping the finances and things moving forward. So it's questioning that, sitting with the inner children going, why don't you feel that you deserve this? Something that you can do, it's called, I don't forget what it's called. It's a square. I forget where it's from too, so I can't give them credit for it. Yeah, it's a belief, right? But it's rooted because the mind develops later. It's all these mindsets are rooted in emotion. And if we can't get to the emotion, we can start with the mind and work our way down to the emotion, right? Something a tool, um, it's like you do a square. Do I have a piece of paper somewhere? A blank piece of paper? Well, this this is gonna look crappy, but you'll get the point. So you just draw like a cross, right? You just kind of go like this, right? And you have you have 4 boxes. Up here, you write like I desire to I desire to be abundant would be the first box, right? Because that's like finances, right? I desire to have abundance. And then you over here you put I desire not to have abundance. And you just write down the things that come to mind, right? And it's like, why wouldn't I desire to have abundance? But we do. We write it down here, and it's like, oh. And then on the bottom, you write the opposite. I desire failure, or I desire poverty. Whatever you feel the opposites are. The two things, the thing I desire, and what's the opposite of that? And then I desire that, and then I don't desire that. So you have these 4 boxes, right? And it's amazing because 2 of the boxes end up with things that you're pretty aware of. Like, I know why I want abundance. I know why I don't want poverty, but the revelations of the things that come from down here is I don't desire abundance. Why? Some things like, um, because if I have it, then I'll fear losing it. Everyone want to take things from me. People want to hurt me. Something like that. Stuff bubbles up. You're like, whoa, didn't know that was there. That's our little inner child, right? And then the like, I desire poverty. Why would I desire poverty? But the things that come up, you're like, those are the hidden things, not the conscious things. That's the subconscious. So that's a tool that anyone can use to help get to that, what's going on down there, right? I know, interesting. It is crazy the stuff that comes up. And then any breakthroughs coming ahead. Yeah, the 2 of Swords, the battle between the head and the heart, and the 6 of Cups. Yep, child energy. So there is this breakthrough, both of mind. Oh my gosh, it's funny because this is the way they came out too. The mind and then the emotions that are rooted. In fact, we can even do it like this. Look at that. The thinking that's rooted into the emotions that are below the surface. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Um, but hopefully that'll bring you some things. We'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. But it definitely feels like what's happening now is to open things up and to bring things from the surface that will free us and allow such an amazing flow in the future. But I feel like now is the time of the getting to the root of those, whoever that was attached to when we were younger, because there's beliefs that were formed by the experiences we had back then that aren't necessarily what's going on now, but that's not the way our little inner child sees it. Yeah. I don't feel like this is your card. Sorry, let me focus in now. So what else do they want you to know for your fortune cookie here? All right. Yeah. Wishing you health. Card number 61. Look at the butterflies of transformation and mushrooms. Let's see here. Yeah, the key word is wholeness. It says this is a health card. If you find yourself wishing for your wholeness, then it's time to do whatever it takes to break the spell of dis-ease, whether it be on a physical, mental, or spiritual level. All these levels must work together in order for you to be the best that you can be. There must also be acknowledgement that lack of wholeness or the feeling that something is missing is all just an illusion. First, understand your divine perfection, that you are now and have always been whole. Bring that wholeness down and merge it into your body. Treat your body well with a good diet, exercise, and loving thoughts. If it's time for a checkup, then go get one. There's always something you can do to honor your body and make it a happier place to reside. Sometimes you have to place yourself above others in order to get proper rest and to ease out the tensions in your life. This is not a selfish act, as you must be in tip top condition in order to give your best to yourself and others. Forgive yourself and others for any past deeds, as holding on to these regrets takes a lot of energy that could be used elsewhere. Move forward, you even said. What about moving forward? Move forward. Love yourself. Know that you are worthy of good health and happiness. And I would add, and abundance. The chant says, I am worthy of good rest. I am worthy of good food. I am worthy of good health. I am worthy of the good in life. So be it. And it says, call a friend today. Hmm. Feels like that energy definitely there, right? And the stuff that's growing below the surface underneath the mushroom. There's a bunch of other mushrooms down there if you can see them. Interesting. Yeah. Well, if we're trying to move away from a ball and chain, it's attached to us, right? So it's a part of us. It's like wherever we go, there we are. If there's a monkey on our shoulder, I can run from the monkey, but the monkey's still going to be there. So it's about not moving away from it, but moving through it, letting it transform. Um, and because that there's no around it, there's only through it kind of energy. I know, I know. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Hang in there. All right. Hey, Ankita, welcome, welcome. Let's take a look here. I'll see if we'll be able to get to your free reading here. All right. So, June. Thank you so much for your donation. Let's give you your timestamp here. And thanks for the popcorn. Good evening. I did have a lovely Thanksgiving. It's really just another day, you know. I don't live near my family, and my host, she's recovering from spine surgery too, but she still came out with some rotisserie chicken and stuffing, and she made this relish made of cranberries and pineapple and some other things that all go together. Really wonderful tasting relish that she chopped up. I'm just like, how did she do all this? She likes her kitchen witchery, so it was good. It was just delicious. I still have a whole nother container of it to eat, which I'll probably do it. We'll see if it'll last till tomorrow, but it'll probably be after I'm done here. All right, so let's focus in here. I know. All right, and let's see here. Your question: reading on what transpired between S and P, pressure cooker, K and A reading on the fallout will occur from it, and when. Oh, that sounds delicious as well. Oh my goodness. What happened between S and pressure cooker K, and then a reading on the fallout? Okay, I get it now. Isn't it? Making sandwiches, turkey sandwiches. Mm-mm-mm. All right, let's take a look here. So, what transpired between S and pressure cooker? Okay, all right. We got those two. All these. All right. I feel like this is the story. The story behind the story. And then uh what will be the fallout and when. All right. So here's the fallout. And we'll see here if there's a win, but we'll pull a win card anyway. That'll give us additional information if it's not I mean, something's gotta maybe unfold, right? All right. Well, maybe not. Bottom of the deck, we do have the King of Cups, a very balanced energy between head and heart. Does feel like whatever, like right now, the energy is a very balanced emotional energy. Maybe they're both sleeping in food coma, but it feels very mellow right now, the underlying energy. But let's see what transpired here. Um, so the first thing is like what transpired today. So we've got the Two of Pentacles. Wow, a balanced energy. What? And a judgment energy. Well, what's going on inside my head, what they're playing is, let me see how can I explain it. So the judgment card usually has an angel and people are rising from the dead out of coffins, right? And what I heard was zombies. Even though it's a balanced energy, it's a very zombie, and it even looks kind of like, here's all these zombies. Are there zombies behind me? Yes. But there's this two energy. The 20 adds up to a two as well. The two sides to things. And what is the it's like, well, we've been hearing about the zombie apocalypse forever. When it arrives, we're gonna be kind of like, that's it. That's what happened. That was the zombie apocalypse. We thought it was gonna be like, something else. But it feels like on the surface, it feels almost kind of balanced in comparison to the zombie apocalypse that we would have expected, if that makes sense. But let's see what was going on underneath the surface. That makes sense now that I got three cards and three cards. So let's see here. So S will be up first and then P will be next. So S's energy here. Yeah, here's another two. That's interesting. And the Seven of Cups. So a lot of emotional energy, balance between the head and the heart, but an Eight of Cups. The seven to the eight. So it looks like S kinda shut down. It's like there was a conflict, like an internal conflict between their head and their heart, and they had all these emotions well up. And then the 8 of Cups is like, I'm walking away from emotions and people that don't serve me, and I feel like they kind of just it's just like purged the emotion or unplugged it. I've had enough. And then it just feels like the heart went, "What?" It's like people arguing over what's on the TV, and then someone just unplugs the TV and goes, "Nope." That's the kind of energy I'm getting with S, which is interesting. Oh, that makes sense. Pressure cooker K. So S kind of was like, "Nope, not gonna worry about it." That's interesting, right? Let's see what's coming in here with, pressure cooker K. Wow, 4 of wands. Joy, celebrate oh, this is, a joyful gathering. The Hierophant. Hmm, and then the 10 of wands, yeah, and then we go to the extreme, the 10 of wands. There is what is this energy? Because I feel like, "Oh, look, it's a joyful gathering," and it's weird because this, Hierophant, the number 5, which is the major arcana number of change, right? Or seeing things from a different perspective, blah, 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 but what's coming in is the big change. It's like, "Look, there's a happy, occasion. I can change that." And the 10 of wands is, "And I'm gonna use all my energy to ruin this happy occasion." It's just like but it's not from a place of, like I don't feel like it's intention, but it's like their little inner child is, "I know how to get attention. This is how I do it." Because I don't know if we talked about this with, uh, Kay, but I feel like it's like middle child syndrome where I don't wanna battle or if they I had another sibling that was like a rock star, like, it's too much energy for me to try to compete for the good attention, so I can get the bad attention easy. And that's what I feel kind of, is coming in with that here. What would you say? Off today and pressure cooker was acting weird. Yeah, like a child. Like, it's almost like and it's funny 'cause I came across 2 people in 2 days, well, over this week. I went to Costco on Monday to go grab some stuff for my host and the household, and, um, it was packed. Oh my god, it was so packed, and the cashier had this, like, smile on their face that I'm like, "You're smiling on the outside, but that's not what's going on the inside," and they're like and I'm like, "Thanks for being here. You too. Have a happy holiday." You could tell that it was like a not a real it's like a crocodile smile. Like, crocodile tears aren't real. A crocodile smile is like, "You're gonna bite me." And then, someone else at another place we went to was like, "Hi, everybody. How's it going?" And I'm like, "Your energy that I'm picking up is not matching that smile." It's like, you're forcing it. But it almost feels like the little scary child energy that came in here, but it just feels like if I could say something or do something to really piss people off, I did it. Um, not knowingly though, it feels like it was their little inner child going, "I know how to get attention," if that makes sense. I know that was a long explanation for that, but I feel like the journey was important. Um, so yeah, I mean, it just feels kind of, again, that balanced on the outside amongst all the, you ever see like a movie where someone's walking through slowly while everything's blowing up and people are fighting and they're just walking through? That's how I feel S was going on there. Just like, all right, I'm just going through the motions, but I'm unimpacted by all this. And it just feels like The Shining was going on around her, around them. All right. Let's see here. What's the fallout from all this? Let's see what's gonna happen here. We do have the Page of Wands. The depth con level does go up. Page of Wands is the energy is going to a new level. We'll see what that means below the surface here. Oh, Knight of Wands. Even higher. The Page of what? Well, we start off with the 10 of Wands to the Page of Wands to the Knight of Wands. I feel like K is going higher and higher and higher, like they're escalating. They just can't help themselves. It's like once they reached a certain point, the fuse has been lit, and the Page of Wands were going higher, the Knight of Wands were going even higher. Yeah, and then the Page of Swords hits. New communication. Ooh, and the Three of Swords. Yeah, heartbreak, expectations equal disappointment. A lot of clarity coming in, a lot of communication around disappointment and yeah, and heartbreak. It's like an energy of these are the kind of conversations I'm hearing in my head. Like, I can't believe you did that. You know, you even exceeded my expectations on being an a hole. Yeah, it's like, I had a high bar for you, but you even exceeded that. And, you know, um, I wanted so much and you didn't. Um, oh, and that one was from S. K is the heartbreak. It's the I wanted to be so much and I could never be enough and you didn't do this and you didn't do that and you didn't this and you didn't do that and this is what I needed and you make me feel this way and you make me feel that way and blah 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 blah. You know. But there's a lot of clarity that comes in through the conversation, this escalation that it just, I need your attention. And then this unfolds, right? Um, but I feel like the clarity that's coming in through this is an energy of like, wow, we really are not compatible. This is the calmish conclusion I feel like S gets to is I knew that we had our struggles and things, but we are so not on the same page, kind of energy. And I feel the work that S has been doing on themselves, they really see the mirror and they see how broken not, we're not really broken, but the how deluded we are as humans, when we have all these stories of how everything is supposed to be and how we blame everyone else. When you start taking responsibility for your own actions, you stop taking responsibility for others' stories and emotions and stuff. And I just feel like they're really realizing how unhealthy and not a match that they are. And they realize I feel like, S is realizing a lot of why I chose you. What a beautiful mirror you have been for me but you're a cracked mirror and you're one of those crazy mirrors in a carnival that can't really you don't show a clear picture. I don't mean to laugh. It's just the way that they're showing it to me in my head. All right. When? July 1st to August 16th. What? Mars in Leo energy. We have the 7 of Wands, which is being true to one's authentic self. I'm going to shine. I'm going to be bright. I'm not going to defend myself anymore. I don't need to defend myself anymore. This is S's energy, obviously. There's like this, all your attacks that come against me, all these other ones. I don't even I have the upper ground. And I feel like that's where S is feeling is I have the higher ground. In a battle, that's the best place to be. You can attack me. I don't need to defend myself. You're going to wear yourself out trying to fight uphill. And I'm not going to dim my light anymore. I'm not going to ask permission to shine. I'm not going to hide who I am. I'm going to shine bright. I'm going to be me, kind of energy that comes in here. Yeah, love is defiance. What a good word. Defiance and courage of the energy that comes in here. Wow. The short meaning of the card, even defensiveness and resilience. You're facing challenges and obstacles, but you are determined to stand your ground and defend your position, right? Yeah. Well, this is July 1st. Maybe it's July 1st. The 4th of July, we're going to see fireworks. Yeah. I mean, based on current energy, I just, there is this energy. Yeah. This, I don't even want to call it patience, endurance, that comes in here. Thank you so much for your additional donation. We'll just continue with the same timestamp because we're just going to continue on here. But I do feel like there's delays. We'll figure out things here too. And you can ask your clarifying questions. Um, yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Let me I'm gonna pull a fortune cookie here too for the first reading because this is an in-depth one to give us some guidance and then we'll dive into the clarifying ones too here. But yeah, we got the blue fairy card number 22. Master number, really discovering oneself. Let me see here. Yeah, this is called love. So here is the blue fairy who offers up the message of love and peace. She demonstrates the need for quiet within our daily lives. What? She shows us that through calmness, we realize our connection to spirit. And this connection is always with us. Concentrate on this cobalt blue and feel what it does to your inner body. Imagine a blue crystal deep within your heart that resonates to all that is through the vibration of love. You are connected to all creation and to the hearts of all beings through a beautiful crystal blue grid work of light. So feel the oneness of all that is. Sense your infinite being of your soul. Can you feel your problems shrinking in size? Feel your own divinity. Allow your creativity to flow. With the oneness comes true understanding of the great mysteries of life. They all come down to one thing: infinite love. The chant says, I am united in spirit with all creation. I am divine peace of the whole. Infinite love surrounds me. It runs through me and flows out to all that is. Infinite love enfolds me, and in it I am safe. So be it. It says, wear something blue today. Interesting energy. And I kind of feel like this because of this connection to higher self and stepping into oneself. It almost feels like, if I become more balanced, then yeah, I start to see the other person's imbalance more, but it stops bothering me as much. It's like you learn to put your ear pods on and la 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 la. I don't have to hear it. It's not so bad when I learn to plug my ears and go, uh-huh, uh-huh. And I'm just listening to music, not hearing a word that they're saying. And that can draw things out. I don't feel like it's going to go away to August of next year. And I feel like the energy of right now is like July, but I feel like it's been moving closer and closer, with that here. Um, but it's almost like there's not a numbness, but in a way, a numbness of this isn't bothering me like it is. And um, yeah, I'm not as I'm not as combative because I don't care anymore. And so it just starts to become I'm becoming non-responsive, non-reactive. Non-reactive first, but then non-responsive. And I feel like that's a bit and I feel like this starts to change K's combustibility a little bit because they're just like not they don't know how to respond or react to the non-responsiveness, non-reactiveness, and they're just like, "It's no fun if I try to pick a fight and you don't accept the invitation. You don't accept it, you don't deny it." It's like I send you an email, you don't even open it. So, there's no response. There's no how you can put a notification if someone opens an email, it tells you they opened it. At least in business, you can, and I feel like you didn't even open that. What? What? That's the way you feel. All right. So that's for that one. I feel like we've hit that one uh deep enough there. All right. And then we'll look into these other ones here. So I'll give you another timestamp just in case you want to come back to it to be able to listen to a certain part of it. So this one, so S is the one whose mom was going to give them money to move, right? Or S to move. So we want to kind of find out what's the dealio with that. Are they still going to give him money? What the heck? Why are we waiting, right? What's the anything extra on this? Why? Just why? But it's human nature to not want to end things, not want to be blamed, facing those accusations in our own brain of you failed. That's some can be some harsh things. We do have, we do have the Knight of Swords, movement of thought and belief and mindset, the quest of clarity, even around relationships underneath the surface here too. And the Nine of Pentacles, being alone, the fear of being alone. That's a huge thing that sometimes will keep us in places is I'm afraid to be alone, so at least that's a body. Yeah. So we'll see here with this, but I do feel like what's happening is a lot of clarity, searching for clarity about, is this as good as it gets? Is there something else? I'd rather be in this than alone, or do I? I don't know. Do I? I'm not sure. Yeah, right. So let's see here. Let's see what's going on here. What is happening? What is happening? So, as I stop offering the money, judgment, there is this, seeing things from the higher perspective. Here's the zombie apocalypse. Oh, I feel like it's still offered here, but that zombie apocalypse energy coming in, it's just like everyone's like, well, is it has it gotten worse or is it better? Is it getting better or isn't it? And I kind of feel like that's a little bit of where S is coming from is, well, I actually feel like things don't seem as bad, but it's because their perception is changing. So they're seeing things differently, not like we're talking about, not at the extremes there. Let's see what else we've got here. We got the 10 of Cups. They're finding their joy. It feels like S here. But I feel like there's also this energy of trying to figure out what is it that I do want, kind of energy coming in. What is my joy? I feel like they've had a lot of similar relationships and situations, a lot of cycling of the same kind of victimhood in their life, and that was their norm, and so they saw things from victimhood a lot, but now they're starting to switch their viewpoint to try to find out what is my joy, and I feel like this is confusing for them as well for S, trying to figure things out. Got the 7 of Wands. Here's that, yeah, I wanna be true to my authentic self. I wanna stand up and be true. I'm gonna shine br there's that 7 of Wands that they got from that July. I'm taking time to really stand up to be true to myself, and it's like, in a way, I wanna prove this to myself that I don't need help. I want to do this. I don't want to be rescued. I wanna rescue myself. I'm tired of being a victim with a villain and needing a hero. I want to be my hero, right? Interesting. Let's see what this is here. We got the Magician, the King of Pentacles. Yeah, I want to create my future. I want control. I want to build my own stability here with this energy. I have everything I need within me. I can do this. I can do this is what I'm hearing. I want to be successful. I don't want to run away from something. I want to go to something. Ooh, wow. Powerful, powerful things going on within them. But that makes sense why, like, I don't want to just run. I feel like I'm getting stronger. I'm I'm not being as impacted as much as I used to. I am becoming strong, right? Hmm. Let's see what else is here. This is interesting. Yeah, we got the Ace of Swords. So here is like the King of Swords, or that, sorry, the Knight of Swords is on a quest for clarity and for knowledge, for seeing things. I'm getting like, I don't want to go somewhere unless I know who I am and where I'm going to. I don't want to just go backwards. I don't want to just escape. Yeah, again, it's that I don't want to run away from something. I want to go to something. I don't want, oh, what is this? I don't want a connecting airport. I want a direct flight. That's interesting. So I don't wanna go somewhere and wait to end up where my destination is. I just wanna book a flight directly to where I'm going, not go somewhere to then go somewhere else. They'd rather stay where they're at, then know where they're going, and then just go directly to that. Wow. Huh. Yeah. The Knight of Wands. I'm on a quest for my power. I'm on a quest to step into my power, which is pretty amazing for them. You have to say, from where they've come from, where they just felt like a bullied little child in second grade being beat up by sixth graders to try me, kind of like this, "Rawr," and people going, "Ooh, is that Damien, the devil child? Don't mess with them," you know, because once they start standing up for themselves, look out. It's the hero story, right? Someone who's finally faces the transitional point in their life where they're like, they find their superpower, right? This feels like that kind of energy that they're searching for. Yeah, the 10 of Pentacles, the foundation. I want to define my success. I want to be responsible for my success, for my fullness of life. Interesting. It's not pride. It's like I want to stand up for myself, and even below the Knight of Swords, the Two of Cups, and the Nine of Pentacles energy, we have the King of Wands. My goal is to step into my authority, that I decide what I want in my life, and I make a plan. And I feel like, so this delay energy that's coming in with all this, it feels like that's why they're wanting to do all this, right? Um Things get settled up. Yeah. Let me see here. I'm going to pull another when card here and we'll find out. Because it feels like with all this, especially when they got the Seven of Wands for that other energy, is like, this is when I can do it on my own. This is when I can move out. So is it July when things are settled, or is that when they move out? Whoa. Okay. Oh, okay. Wow. So these cards that fell out here, we got three sets here. We've got the Seven of Pentacles, and underneath that, the Chariot, which is the Power of Choice card, and the Fool card, and the Ace of Wands, and the Wheel of Fortune. So all of this, and the Sun. Oh my God! And then the Seven of Wands. So they had me go all the way through all of those to get to the Seven of Wands again, which the Seven of Pentacles is about the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, so patience. The Chariot is before I make my choices. The Fool card is the new beginning. The Ace of Wands is the new beginning. The Wheel of Fortune is, the number 10, which is endings the beginnings. The Sun card is about abundance and fruition, but it's the I can do it on my own Seven of Wands energy, right? Um, so I feel like all these sevens, July is when they're able to do it on their own. We do have the Nine of Pentacles energy, which is living on my own, being on my own with my own stuff. That's August 22nd to September 15th of next year. So I feel like they will, have their, that's when they'll have the money and stuff to do stuff on their own, is August 22nd. And I do feel um, that they will, that, I think like July. Well, what was that? What was the July, right? July 1st to August 16th. Well, maybe it is because August 22nd is when they move out on their own. into their own space. The other one was July 1st to August 16th, but August 22nd to September 15th is this being alone energy. Interesting, the other one that I haven't talked about was the tower. So there is this lightning, big blow up between March 21st and April 20th. But they don't move out and they don't do all this until then, until I just feel like it's not really that far away when you think about it. 8 months is 4 weeks times eight, right? Getting a job, saving up money, um, finding your space, you know, having job history under your belt, things like that to do that. But they're very much there's this energy of wanting to do it on their own energy because I feel like they even maybe they stay somewhere for a week with someone, and then they're moving into their place, but they're very much wanting to stand on their own with all of that. Interesting. I know. I know. Just do it our way. Our way is the best way, right? Why can't you just do what we want you to do? Well, that's the whole thing, right? They don't want to move into another controlling place. You need to do what I want you to do. As they're like, no, thanks, Bretta Z. I'll stay over here. All right. Let's see here what the fortune cookie brings in for this one here, too. Anything else with this elemental energies? What else can you tell us? Oh, wow. Yep. Cinder convergence. That says, find convergence in the cinders where endings give rise to new beginnings. So we definitely have that. There is that energy of, you know, that happening, right? Oh, self-resilient. Oh, wow. 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 I love it. I just love it. So it's like, yeah, and it just takes time and, you know, support, but I do feel like they're gaining in their strength and um but definitely with that endings in the cinders, endings become new beginnings. So they will rise like a phoenix from the ashes. And having done it themselves, they won't let anyone take it away again. That's the thing, right? When we when we depend on a crutch, then when we stand on our own, we keep breaking our leg. But when we learn to stand on our own, then we build up the resilience to never break it again, you know? It's like I love that. I love that for them. You are very welcome, June. Wow. Right. Oh, almost forgot about Ankita. Ankita's like, don't forget me, brother Z. All right, I'll slip in one last free reading here. I don't think there's any others. Nope. All right. So Ankita, let's do yours. 413. Whoa. I totally didn't do that right. Got 41313. Look at that. Repeating 13s. Okay, Ankita, why do you keep thinking about that guy? Even dreaming. Whoa. When I know he's probably never going to talk. Let's take a look here. Why do you keep thinking about them? And dreaming about them? Yeah, we got the Wheel of Fortune energy coming in here and the King of Pentacles energy here. Wow, all this abundance, 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 fullness, fullness, fullness energy coming in here. This is all about feelings of worth. You know, they are a wonderful mirror trying to get your attention here. And I feel like this is an important turning of the wheels for you because there's something about in here about why do I keep thinking about them, because I'm not focusing on me, and I'm looking for my definition out here. So this is like a mirror. They're reflecting back to me. And even dreaming is it's funny because before I saw those, what I was hearing about your dream is they're not them in your dream. They're just another version of you, but you're projecting yourself as them in your dream. So depending on what the dream is, this is all about I desire them. Anything about them is what they're trying to tell you about what you desire for yourself. I want me to complete me. I want me to be interested in me. I want to talk to myself. I want to communicate with myself. Whatever I'm desiring for them, it's a mirror, and I feel like the not talking and the force field that feels like it's there is so that you don't get what you're desiring from them because you need to get that from yourself. And I feel like that's why you can't get them off your mind because you're so focused on that, but that's really you looking in your own mirror. And they're wanting you to see that about yourself. So it's what are the things? Write down all the things. Just don't think about it. Just write it down. What are all the things I want from them? What would I want from them? What would I like to see with them? What do I think they can give me? What? And then once you finish that up, then go back to the list and go, how can I give all that to myself? Or how am I not giving that to myself? And then that I feel like it'll it'll bring that clarity in. How fun. All right. Well, that is it. Thank you guys again so much for all your love and all your support, all the thumbs up. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to be back my regular schedule. I'm on Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights at 6 p.m. Mountain Time, and then Saturday and Sunday mornings at 11 a.m. Mountain Time, starting up. And I won't forget, I'm going to pick a winner from the donations for a 15-minute personal recorded reading and a winner from the free readings of a personal recorded reading. Once I pin the comment here, it'll take me a little longer to pin the comment because I'm going to go pick the winner through Spirit and the Google number generator. We're going to pick the two winners, and then I'll post it on the pinned comment at the top. And then also I will post a social media post on my Facebook, Instagram, and Threads and community page on YouTube. So we'll do that. And then we'll be back. I'll have winners every session for the rest of the weekend. So if you don't win this time, you'll have four more opportunities to win as well. So that is what we got, everybody. If you haven't checked out the other giveaway, I think I mentioned this earlier, but real quick, I do have another giveaway next week. Every new moon and full moon, I'm a giveaway full sometimes. 30-minute personal recorded reading or Hedge of Peace. I do have all of my stuff on sale, my services, till the end of the year, even through January 1st. All this information's in the description box. And we did come out with a new podcast today, adventure number 5, Changing People. All that's free if you're interested. Check out the playlist. There's a lot of beautiful information in there from Spirit on how to make our path an easier path instead of a harder one. If you want to. I learn a lot the hard way. But as I get older, I like learning the easier way by watching other people. All right, everybody. Until I see you again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Happy holidays. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Happy Black Friday. We're all black today in honor of Black Friday. No, I didn't. But until I see you again, much love to you guys. Have some fun. Go play. Why are we being so serious, right? Have a blast. I love you. We'll see you.